Hello everyone, welcome to my YouTube channel. In this video, I'm going to show you a quick overview of hotel management system. So here you can see this, I have already started the project, and in this, first thing what we get is a login page. Here we have to enter the username and password. For the first time, I'm going to use the wrong user ID and password. So my username is Csharp, that is the valid one, and I'm going to enter the invalid password. And when I try to log in, here you can see the strong username or password is visible over here. So now I'm going to enter the valid username and password. So my username is Saurav and password is Kumar Saurav. Before I log in, I must tell you that I'm going to explain each of these stuff, how these are working, how to design this stuff, and how to backend code for this one. And this login page is definitely connected with the database, so I'm going to show you that all. Okay. So now I'm going to log in. When I click on login, here you can observe we move to the dashboard. So in the dashboard, first thing what we get is the option to add a room. Here you can add the room number to your application. So first thing, we have few rooms over here. So I'm going to add 302 inside. I'm going to add a new room, that is room number will be 302, and this room will be AC type and the bed type will be triple, and the price of this one will be 6,000. And when I try to add room, okay, so let me just remove this price for now and try to add room. Here you can see this, when this field is empty, fill all fields, the message is over here. So click on OK and try to fill this one. So 6,000 and add room, data saved, and when I click on OK, here you can observe now 302 is added. So here you can observe when I click on add room, the data is now visible over here in the data grid view. So this is not inside the data grid view only. If I close the application and re-execute the application, this data is present over here because I have saved that data inside the database and shown the changes over here at the same time. Okay. So now in the next field, that is customer registration, when I move over there, here you can see this, we have fields for customer registration. So I'm going to register a new customer, that is Pooja, and its mobile number will be, let me fill the data of these: nationality Indian, gender female, and this one is for date of birth. So I'm going to search for date of birth like this one, 1996 March 20. Let me add the ID proof, that is either Aadhaar card, PAN card or anything. 552 like this one. After this address, Patna, India, and check-in date will be the today date. Select the bed type. So we have added the room of actually the triple bed type triple. So select triple, and the room was AC. So when I select AC, here you can see this 302 is added. So I try to search for non-AC, and when I search for, click on this, no room is available because we have added the triple room of AC type and we have only one room, okay, in that type. So I have selected the AC and 302 we have added. These data are all retrieved from the database and shown dynamically on these combo boxes. So when 302 will be allotted, then this 302 is not visible over here. So when I click on this and try to allocate, okay, so let me just clear this one and try to allocate room. You will find fill all field empty fields. It means that all fields are mandatory. You have to fill all the data. Now I'm going to paste it and allocate room. Room number 302 allocation successful. When I click on OK, so you can observe nothing is cleared. When I click on checkout and move it over here, everything is clear. So we can actually clear on that, not a big issue. So let me, okay, I will do that later. So move out to checkout. Here you can observe we have few stuff over here. So here I have to search for Pooja. So when I search for Pooja, Pooja is visible over here, and when I delete it, all the data is visible over here. Here you can observe you cannot mention anything over here, you cannot change anything. So how to check out the customer here over here? So if you want to search, if you have multiple record, then we have to search by the name. So I'm going to search Pooja, and when I click on this, the data is filled over here, and we can check out. Click on checkout. Are you sure you want to check out? If I cancel, nothing will happen. So let me remove this one for now. Okay, and move back over here. So here what we have done is, now here you can see this, these fields are empty, and when I check out, no customer selected, and now I'm going to select the puja. Okay, so I've selected the puja 302. Before checking out the puja, I want to show you the customer details. In the customer detail, we have few stuff. Here we have a combo box. Here I want to see all the customer detail. So when I click on this, all customer detail is visible. That is puja. Puja is still in the room. That's why its checkout date is empty. So in hotel customer, here you can see this puja is still in the hotel because we haven't checked out her, and she is in the 302. So when we try to add a new customer with a triple AC type, here you can observe no room is available. We have added 302. 302 is now allocated to Pooja. So you can observe 302 is yes. Yes is what? It means that allocated or not. Booked means yes. Is this one is allocated? Yes, it's allocated. Okay. So now check out, and here I have shown you that in hotel customer, that is Pooja, is over here. Now check out customer. These customers has previously checked out. I have checked out these customer when I was designing. So now I'm going to check out the customer, that is Pooja. Okay, so click on checkout, click on Pooja, and just check out. Okay, checkout successful. Click on OK. Here you can see this one is refreshed. Now let me move to the customer detail, and here let me just check this. Here you can see this on the checkout we have only 2 records for now. When I click on checkout, now we have Pooja over here. And in hotel customer we have only Kumar, which is previously added. In this video I have added the Pooja, and the Pooja is now checked out. Here you can observe. So everything is working fine. This is for employee table. So in this we can add new employee, and on the basis of this user ID and password we can log in inside this application. So employee detail, here you can see this Saurav Kumar, and my username is Saurav and password is Kumar Saurav. With the help of this I can log in. We can delete the customer on the basis of that. So I'm going to add new employee. So I'm going to add some Rahul, mobile number, gender male, rahul@gmail.com, username Rahul, password is pass, and click on register. Employee registered. Okay, and when I click on OK, everything is cleared now. Now go to employee details. Here you will find that Rahul is over here, and you can simply click on this and you can see all the details. Delete employee, you can delete. Before deleting, let me show you that if we can log in with this Rahul or not. So let me close this, and we have to start this once again. And here I'm going to enter the username, that is Rahul, and password is pass, and click on login. And here you can observe we can log in now. So now I'm going to show you how to delete the employee. So I want to delete the number 5, that is Rahul. Currently we have added. Now click on 5, delete, record deleted. Here you can see this, no record is found with the name of Rahul. Okay, so now let me check that if we can still log in with the name Rahul and pass. Let me show you, and pass, login. Wrong username and password because this record has been deleted, so that's why we cannot log in with this. So our username and password is Saurav, and password is Kumar Saurav, login. Okay, so I have shown you all the features which I'm going to show you how to design in the further videos. So if you have not subscribed to the video channel, then please subscribe and hit the bell icon, and please share it with your friends. In the next videos I'm going to show you how to design the login page and how to back end code for this, and step by step I'm going to show you design how to develop all this application by yourself. So if you are a beginner, then don't worry, I'm going to define and develop in a very detailed manner so you don't face any issue with that. So that's it for this video, guys. Thanks for watching. Hello everyone, welcome to my YouTube channel. In this video I'm going to show you how to design this beautiful user login page. In previous video I have shown you the quick overview of my project, all the functionality and all the features. So in this video we are going to start with this one, and all images and icon I'm using The link is already in the description. You have to just go and download it from there, and after that you have to just start coding with me. So let me start with this. So let me close this. Here you can see this. When I write something wrong, invalid user ID and password, it will show wrong username or password, and this password field is clear. Okay, so let me just start coding with this and how to design this. Okay, let me close this. After this, what we have to do is we have to actually click on this file, new project, and you have to just name whatever you want and just click on OK. The new project will be created. So I have already created a project, new project, that is hostel management video. Okay, so here we go. So first thing what we want is, let me just maximize this one. So now I have added the form. Right click and go to properties, and first thing what I want is I want to remove these control boxes, actually the border of this form. Okay, so how to do that? For that, search for form border. Here you can see this form border style. Change this one from sizable to none, and here you can observe the border is now removed. After this, what we have to do is we have to set the image inside this one. So how to set the image? Just click on properties, and after this search for image, background image actually. Here you will find this background image. Click on this, open local resources, click on local resources, import. After downloading, where you have put the file, just explore there. Okay, so let me explore it, and I have used this image as background, so I'm going to open this, click on OK. Here you can see this. After this, change the background image layout from tile to stretch, and here you can observe now this one is looking nice. But there is a small issue. When I start this project, the size of this one is quite small. So it's taking, here you can see this, the size of this one is small. So what I want is when this start, it needs to be in the maximized state. Okay, so how to do that? Let me just stop this and let me show you. Okay, so let me minimize this one too. So just click on this, go to properties, and there you will find this Windows state from normal to just select the maximize. And after this, you have to change one more properties, that is start position from Windows default location to center screen. After this, when I click on start, now this page will be open in the full screen. Here you can see this. Now it's looking nice. So first thing is done. Second thing what we have to do is we have to add one panel over here. So I'm going to add one panel. So I'm going to add one panel over here, drag and drop it. Okay, so let me copy the size of this panel from our complete project. So let me move back to our complete project. This is complete project, and here I have to select the panel, and after this let me just copy the size, that is 716, 373. So I have copied this one and move it and move back over here. And after this, what we have to do is just paste the size and hit enter. That is 716 and 373. Okay, so let me bring it in the box. After this, what we have to do is we have to change the color of this one from, it's actually little gray, so we have to change this one to white. So back color, change this one to, just click on this, custom and white. Okay. After this, what we have to do is we have to add few buttons, text boxes, label, etc. So before doing that, I will suggest you to just go to description. There I have put the link to how to add DLL file to your toolbox. Here you can see this. I have already added a file, that is, let me minimize all this stuff. And in the Guna, you can see I have added one DLL file, that is Guna to HTML, Guna to button, etc. I have already put the DLL link with the image. In the image zip, you will find the DLL file. So first you have to download the image link, and after that you have to download the, you have to actually watch the video how to add DLL file into your project, and you have to add all this stuff inside this. After that, you have to just continue working with me. Okay, so let me just minimize it. And if you still find any issue with adding these all stuff, you can simply contact me on Instagram. Search on Instagram btechdays, simply type btechdays. You will find our channel, our account over there, and you can simply text on us. I'm going to reply you for sure. Okay. So now first thing what we need is we need one label. So search for label. Just drag and drop it. Change this one, text of this one from label 1 to user login. And after this, what I want is I want to add one picture box. So I'm going to add one circular picture box. So this is Guna 2 circular picture box. Here you can find this. Just drag and drop it over here. So it's taking a little bit of time. Now this one is added over here, and after this you have to just click on this one, select the image, local resource, click on import, and after this which image you have to select is this one, login GIF. Just open and hit OK, and after this you have to change one properties, that is size mode from normal to stretch like this, and you have to make this one a little bit large like this. So let me make this one a little bit more larger. And after this what we have to do is we have to add one more circular picture box. So drag and drop it over here. And what we have to do is we have to just click on this. And we have to select this property, that is use transparent background. So when I click on this, after this what we have to do is just click on this, select image, local resources, click on import, and we have to select this image. Just open and hit OK. And after this change the size mode from normal to stretch image. And now what we have to do is we have to make this one a little bit large like this. Okay. Like this one. So now we have placed the image properly. So now let me start this and let's see how this one actually look like. So it's starting, and you could observe this one is looking nice as we have designed in our complete project. Okay, so don't worry about the position of this panel. We will place it on the right position after we design the design part is complete. Okay, let me close this. And after this what we have to do is we have to add few text boxes. So I'm going to add text box. So I'm going to use Guna 2 text box. Just drag and drop it over here. And after this what we have to do is we have to change few properties of this text box. So first thing what I want is just click on this placeholder. I'm going to write user name, hit enter, and you can observe the username inside this one is already filled. After this what we have to do is just click on this and for color and fill color. So we have to fill color something inside this one. So custom and go to this and just this one. Okay. After this what we have to do is, okay, so this one is not looking nice. So let me just copy the color code from the complete project. So just select this and copy the color code. So color code is 224, 224, 224. Okay. Let me move back over here. Just go for color. Let me search for that. This one is over here. Just enter 224, 224, 224, and when you enter, sorry, not the fall color, we have to change the fill color. Okay, and hit enter. So now this one is nice. After this what we have to do is we have to change the text line from left to center. So change this one from text line, here you can observe, left to center. Okay, so now we have to set the radius of this one, and we have to set the border thickness. Border thickness is 1, and border color, change this one to black. Okay, so let me check that if we have set, okay, sorry, we don't have any border color, it's default. Okay, so that's not an issue. Border radius, let me copy the border radius of this one. So border radius is actually 18. Let me set that. So border radius for this one is 18 and hit enter. After this, let me copy the size of this one from the complete project. So click on this. Size of this one is 240, 49, and after this we have to select the font as well. So let me check for font. Okay, so I have clicked on that. Font is 12. Okay, so first thing what we have to do is just click on this and change the size of this one. So search for size and we have to paste 240,49 when I enter. So now this one is looking nice. After this, what we have to do is we have to change the size of font size actually. So search for font, you will find it over here, and after this just click on this, and after this what we have to do is 14 size 14. Okay, so the size of this one is increased. So what we have, this happens sometimes, so not to worry about that. Just go to properties and again set the size for this one. That is 240 into 49. So now this one is nice. After this what we have to do is just click on this and we have to set the image, that is the icon inside this one. So for that what we have to do is icon left, search for icon left, just click on this, local resource, click on import, and we have to use which icon? Okay, so we don't have icon inside this one, so let me search for that where I have actually placed that. So we have icon inside this one, I guess. Oh, we don't have inside this one. The icon is okay, so we don't have icon inside this one. Let me search for that. Now I have added the icons inside this hotel management. So I'm going to use this user 25 pixel image. So click on import and OK, and you could observe this icon is placed over here. So now what we have to do is we have to increase, if you want then you can increase the size. Icon left size, change this one to 30,30 and hit enter. So you can observe this one is looking nice. In the same way what we have to do is we have to copy this and place it once again, and we have to change few properties of this one. So first thing what we have to change is the placeholder name. So placeholder, search for that, just click on that and search for properties. Placeholder text is username because we have copied that, so I want to set the password, hit enter, and after this what we have to do is we have to change the image as well. So change this one to, click on import, and you will find one more image, that is log, and click on open and hit OK, and here you can observe. Okay, so actually this image is looking quite large, it's not looking that much nice. So let me just change this one to 25,25 and hit enter, and change this one also to 25,25. So now this one is looking nice. After this what we have to do is we have to add one button, that is nothing but login. So let me add one button. So I'm going to use Guna2 button, so just drag and drop it over here, and after this what we have to do is we have to set the text for this one, so that is login, and after this what we have to do is we have to actually change the fill color from this one to green. Okay, so this one is not looking nice. Okay, so let me copy the color code 2 from this one, move back over 0, 190, 2, 0. Okay, move back over here. Okay, so this color is nice, 0, 1 and 2, 0. And after this what we have to do is we have to set this radius. Okay, border, let me search for that, border radius, so change this one to 22. Oh, that's looking nice. After this what we have to do is we have to increase the size of this button and place this one on right position. Okay, now this one is looking nice. After this what we have to do is we have to increase the font size of the text inside the button. So click on this, click on this one and click 12, and what we have to do is we have to select the bold and click OK. Now this one is looking nice. Okay, so we need a little bit large text, 14. Okay, no, 12 is nice. Okay, so now this one is looking nice. Now let me just start this and let's see if this one is looking nice or not. So when I click on this, nothing happens. But what I want is when this one is checked. Okay, so let me see what features I have added inside this button. So I will do the same. Okay, so no color transition on this, so not to worry about that. Okay, so we don't have to add anything inside this one. After this, what we have to do is let me just customize this one too. So we have to set the size of this one and font as well. So let me select that 16 at least. Okay, so let me copy that from over here. So click on this, search for font, Comic Sans MS, and size is 22. So let me do that. Click on this, select this one, size is 22, and font is Comic Sans and bold, and hit OK. And now this one is looking nice. And after this, what we have to do is we have to add one more label over here. So what is that label? That label is nothing but whenever the user enter a wrong username or password, that label will be visible. So let me add one label too. So label, drag and drop it over here. Just click on this. So what we have to set the text is wrong username or password and hit enter. We have to increase the size of this one. Just click on this, select 9. This one is looking nice, and what we have to do is we have to change the color of this one. So we have to change this one to red. So for color, just click on this, custom, and select red. Now this one is looking nice. And after this, we have to, you can observe we have one more label over here. Here you can observe this. Okay, so we have to add this label. Okay, so just click on this, move back over here. So what we have to do is just copy this label and paste it once again. And after this, what we have to do is change the color from red to gray. And after this, we have to set the text. So change the text star. You will accept our terms and condition when you log in using valid credentials. And hit enter. Now this one is looking nice. And after this, what we have to do is let me just make the font little bit stylish. Just go to font. What we have to do is we have to select the oblique and hit OK. Okay, so now this one is looking better than before. Now we have one small issue. What we want is when this form load, I don't want this label to be visible. So let me start this. And here you can see this one is visible. So what I want is whenever user enter wrong username or password, then only this needs to be visible. Okay, so what we have to do is, okay, so we can observe the text is quite large, so okay, not to worry. Okay, that's nice. So what I want is when the user enter wrong username and password, then only this needs to be visible. So how to do that? Okay, so let me do that. Just click on this, go to properties. Either you can do this programmatically or you can simply do one thing. Just go to properties of this label and just go down. You will find a property that is visible. Make this one false. When you start this, now this is hidden. Okay, so that's fine. One thing we still have to add is that is a close button. So let me add that. So we have to search for button. So Guna to circle button, you have to just drag and drop it over here. You have to just decrease the size of this one like this. And after this, what we have to do is we have to replace the text inside this. Okay. place this one on the right position. Okay, just select this, clear the text inside this one, search for image, click on this, local resources, click on import, and I'm going to use this one. Okay, remove this fill color, and we have to increase the size of the image, so 30, 30. Okay, so now this one is looking nice. Okay, okay, so now everything is ready now. So now we have to place this one on the right position and the last. First thing what we have to do is we have to change the design name of these all stuff. So I'm going to start with this button. So just go over there, you will find the name, that is the design name. So I'm going to name this one btn exit and hit enter. And after this we have to change the name of this one. So this one is txt username, this one is txt password, hit enter. Change the name of this one to txt login, sorry, this one is button, so btn login, hit enter. And this one is label error. Whenever error occur, we want to show and hide it on the basis of that. Okay, so first thing what we have to do is we have to code for this button. So just double click on this and this will generate a click event, btn exit click event, and we have to write application dot exit, close the application. So let me start this and let's see if that works or not. Here you go, observe the button is now visible. When I click on this, the application is closed. Okay, after this what we have to do is we have to code for this login button. So we have to just double click on this and we will generate a click event for this button. So just double click on this. Now btn login click event is generated. So I'm not going to connect this one with the database for now. I'm going to connect this one with the database in the last video of this project. So not to worry, I'm going to hard code this one for now. txt, so if txt username dot text is equal to btechdays and txt password dot text is equal to pass, then what we want to do is we want to move to the new panel. So we don't have new panel for now. Okay, in the else condition what we want to do is I want to show that label. So this label I want to make this one visible. So how to do that? This label will be visible when the username and password do not match these two stuff. Okay, so first thing, label error dot visible is equal to true, and after this what we want to do is I want to clear the text field. So txt password dot clear, I want to only clear the text field of the password. Okay, so I want to do that. So let me start this and let's see if that works or not. Click on this something, I'm going to write something inside this, and when I click on login, this one is visible and password box is clear. So here you can observe the text inside this one is not in the black color. That's why it's not looking nice, because the background is also silver color and this one is also little bit similar color. Okay, so let me change the for color for these two text boxes. Just select these two by pressing the Ctrl key, and what you have to do is change the for color. So for color this one too. Just click on this custom and select this one 64, 64, 64. And after this you will find that when I start this project, in the password field the password is in plain character. So that's not a good programming practice. What I wanted, this one needs to be in the star format. So how to do that? So let me do that. Select this one, search for password char and here you have to enter star and hit enter. And after this, what we have to do is just start this. And I will find whatever I write is in password and it's in the black color. So that's looking nice. Now what I want is whenever I enter btechdays and pass, I want to move to the new form. So before that, and I want to move to the new form. Before that, I want to make this one hidden. Here you can see this when I click on login. Now this text box is not being cleared because the password, username and password is being matched. So first thing what I want is to hide this one. So let me do that. So in the if condition label error dot visible is equal to false. And after this, what we have to do is we have to move to the new form. So to move to the new form, first thing what we need a new form. So how to add that? Just go to Solution Explorer, right click on this, your project name, click on Add Windows Form, and we have to add Windows Form. I'm going to name this one Dashboard. Click on Add, and now the dashboard is over here. So what I want is when the login is successful, I want to move to the dashboard. So for that, dashboard ds is equals new dashboard. So I have created an object for this dashboard. Okay, so we don't have to do anything with this one for now. And dashboard ds is equal to new dashboard. And after this, what I want is this dot hide. It means that the login page will be hidden when the validation is done. And after this, ds dot show, the dashboard will be visible. So let me do that. Okay, so let me start this and let's see how this works actually. So our username is btechdays and password is pass, and click on login. You can see this. Now the login page is hidden and the dashboard is visible. So this one is working fine. Okay. And we still remain with one stuff that we have to place this one on the right position. So let me place that. Just click on this and move this one a little bit right side like this. And you have to check this again and again. If this one is on the right position, then leave this. Okay, so this one is quite a little bit on the right side. So we have to move this one over here. This place. Okay. So let me do that. Let's start this. Okay, so now this one is on the right position. So that's it for this video, guys. In the next video, I'm going to show you how to design the dashboard and how to backend code for that. Okay, so I hope you enjoyed coding with me, and if you face any problem, please contact me on Instagram, and you can also give us feedback on this description of this video, in the comment section of this video, and keep supporting us. Thanks for watching. Hello everyone, welcome to my YouTube channel. In previous video, I have already shown you how to design this login page and how to backend code for this. So if you have not watched my previous video, then just go to description. There I have put the link for my previous video, or you can simply do one thing, just click on the suggestion on the right side of the screen. So in this video, I'm going to show you how to design the dashboard. So let me log in and show you. Okay. Okay. So in this video, I'm going to show you how to design this login page. Here you can see this. When I click on this, a small icon type something is moving with this. Here you can observe when I click on this. So I'm going to show you how to design this stuff and how to design these buttons and how to backend code for this. So let me close this. And let me move back to our project on which we are working. We are working on hotel management video. So let me move back over here. In the previous video, I've already added a form with the name dashboard. Here you can observe this. First thing what we have to do is we have to remove the border of this one. So just right click and go to properties, and after this what we have to do is, let me maximize it. So first thing what we have to do is we have to remove the border. Okay, so search for form border style. Just change this one to none, and after this what we have to do is we have to increase the size of this one as much as we want. So let me copy the size of the form from this previous one Okay, so the size of this form is 1329,676. So let me copy this and move back over here, right click and go to properties, go to size, hit enter, and here you can see this. Now this one is over here. After this, let me just fill the color which this one contains. So let me just click on this. The color code is 62,120,138. So copy this. You have to do one thing, just right click, go to properties, search for fill color or background color. So back color over here. You have to write 62,120,138, hit enter. Here you can observe now this one is looking nice. And after this, what we have to do is we have to add few panels. So let me drag panel, search for panel, just drag and drop it over here like this, and we need two actually, so just copy and paste it like this one. And let me copy the size of this panel from the previous one, from the complete project. Just click on this, copy the size 1249,130. Click on this, go to properties, size, just paste it 1249,130, hit enter, and place this one on the right position. Okay, and after this what we have to do is we have to copy the size of this form, this panel actually. So move back over here. So in the corner we have space, so panel 2 is selected. Here you can see this panel 2, the size is 1297,505. So copy this and paste it, go to properties and paste it and hit enter. And now you can observe that the complete panel is covered with this one. And what we have to do is we have to move this a little bit upside so that we get some space in the below side. Okay, so now we have some space in the bottom. So this one is looking nice. After this, what we have to do is we have to add two buttons over here. So let me add few buttons. So in the description I already have put the link for the all images and icon I'm using, and the DLL file which I'm using in this project, and how to add that DLL file into your toolbox. I have already mentioned that video link in the description. So watch that first. Okay, so Guna 2 button, circle button actually. So just drag and drop it, just minimize it, cut this one and paste it in the form like this. Okay, after this what we have to do is we have to actually remove the text from this, and we have to set the image. So we have to search for image, click on this, local resources, click on import, select the image. All image link is in description. Just download this and start coding with me. Open, hit OK, and we have to change the color, remove this color, and we have to increase the size of the image 35,35 and hit enter. Okay, after this what we have to do is we have to add one more button, copy and paste it, and let me just place it over here. And after this one is for minimize, so we have to change the image for this one. So just click on the image, and after this click on import and select the image, this one, and click OK. Okay, so now this one is looking nice. Actually we need to decrease the size of these two, so let me just decrease the size of this one to 30,30. Hit enter. Okay, so now this one is looking nice. Okay, so we have to decrease the size, image size actually, image size to 30,30, and this one too to 30,30. Enter. Now this one is looking nice. After this what we have to do is we have to add few more buttons over here. So how to do that? For that, just right click, and in the toolbox we have to search for, what do you have to search for? We have to search for button, and we have to add this Guna 2 button. Just drag and drop it over here. And after this what we have to do is we have to make this one large as of this button size. Just click on this, copy the size of this button, The size is 236,85. Just copy the size of this one and move back over here. Just click on this size and paste it and hit enter. So the size of the button is this. So we need actually how many buttons? 5 buttons. So I'm not going to copy and paste it for now. What I want is I want to change few properties of this button. So first thing, just click on this, and after this what we have to do is we have to set the text inside this one. So set the text, change the text this one to add room, hit enter. And after this we have to set the image font size. So let me set that font size. So click on this. Okay, so let me see what is the font size of this one over here. So font size is Sergio UI bold and 14. So let me set that Sergio UI bold and 14, and hit OK. Here you can see this. Now this one is looking nice. And after this we have some border radius over here. Let me just show you that. I'm going to change the fill color of this one for now. So I'm going to do this. Okay. Sorry. So I'm going to change the fill color of this one, back color. So I'm going to change the back color for now. So when I change the back color, you can observe a sharp edge in this button. So how this is possible? How to do that? Okay. So we have set the border radius to 26. Let me set the border radius of this one to 26. Okay. So change the border radius. Search for border radius. Change this one to 26. Okay, so now this one button is perfectly ready to copy and paste it again and again. Okay, so this one you can see this. Now we have sharp edge. So copy and paste it. We need actually 5. So copy and paste 5 times. And after that we are going to change the text of this one, each of the buttons. Okay. Okay. Here you can observe. So first button is add room, second button is nothing but customer registration, hit enter. Third one is checkout. Fourth one is customer details. Fifth one is employee. Click on this. Hit enter. Now our button is ready. So now what we have to do is we have to change few properties of that. So before changing the properties of these buttons, so what I want is I want to code for these buttons as well. So let me code for this button at least. So let me change the design name of this one. So this name to btn exit and this one to btn minimize. Okay. Just double click on this and this will generate a click event btn exit, and what I want is application dot exit for now. So let me start this. Okay, so we have some error. So we have set the colon over here, so we have to set the comma, semicolon. Okay, so now I have started the project, and in the previous video I have shown you I have set hard coded for this login page. So our username is btechdays. Our password is pass and login, and here you can see this. Now our form is ready. So when I click on this, nothing happens. What I want is when I click on this, the background color needs to be changed to white and the font color needs to be changed. Okay, so how to do that? For that, let me move back, and you have observed one small stuff, that is dashboard is not in the maximized form. So just click on this. What we have to do is just change this one to maximized, and now start this and let me log in. Okay, so we have Ms. D over here. Now here you can see this one is maximized and this one is looking better than before. So here you can see this. Now we have to go for this one. So what we have to do is we have to just click on these all buttons, select all the buttons by pressing the Ctrl key. And after this, what we have to do is we have to go to properties, and there you have to search for one stuff, that is checked. No, not this one. So button style, actually change this one to, sorry, button mode. Change the button mode from default button to radio button. And now start this and let's see what happens now. When I click on this, nothing happens. We haven't set the checked state for now. So I'm going to set the checked state for each of these buttons. So just click on this, check the state, just click on this, and fill color will be white, and the for color will be something. Okay, so for color I want to set the for color 0,118,221 and hit enter. Now start this. Okay, so before starting, let me set the login page. This one is login page, and let me set the text for this one too, btechdays, so that I don't need to click again and again. And this one to pass. Now let me start this. And now when I log in, when I click on this, here you can observe, now this one is working fine. Okay. Okay, so let me close this and let me add images inside this one. So let me close this too. So we have to set icons for these buttons as well. So click on this, search for icons, images, just click on this, local resources, click on import, and we have to use this image for now. Click on OK. The image is quite small, so I'm going to change the size of this one to 40,40, and after this just click on this. In the same way we have to click on image, local resources, click on import, and search this one. The size needs to be 35,35 and hit enter. Okay, so we have to increase the button size a little bit, so that's not an issue. So we have to move this one a little bit on the left side. Okay, so now this one is looking nice, and after this what we have to do is we have to change the image for, set the image for this checkout. Click on this, local resources, click on import, and the checkout we have used this one. Okay, size to 40,40, hit enter. And if you like, you can change this one to 50,50. Customer detail, change the image, set the image for this one too. Local resources, click on import. As I've already told you, all icons image link is already in the description. Just download that and start coding with me. Okay, just select this. Okay, change the image to 30,30. And this one finally we have employee. Click on this, local resource, click on this, and this one where employee is this one. Okay, change this one to 50,50. Now everything is fine, but what we have to do is we have to set the background color for these buttons the same as this one. So let me copy the color code of this. So back color is 62, 120, 138. So I'm going to copy this. Just select these all one by one by pressing the Ctrl key, and after this change the fill color. So here it is. Here you can see this fill color. Change this one to this one. Hit enter. And after this we have to change one more property, that is check the state from this color to this color. Hit enter. Now start this and let's see how this one look like now. I'm going to log in. Click on this. But you can observe this one is looking nice. Okay, so actually this one is not looking nice. The fog color, when I check this one, I want the fog color needs to be in the black color. So let me just select the black one for now, and let's check for that. Okay, so now this one is looking better. Okay, now we still missed one stuff, that is the one small stuff that is moving with the buttons. When I click on this, that moves slightly. Okay, so how to do that? For that, what we have to do is we have to add one panel. Let me drag and drop one panel. Just drag and drop it. Let me change the color of this one, back color to red or something, and let me copy the size of this one from this panel. Okay, size, where it is, this one, copy. Just move back over here, click on this, go to size and paste it and hit enter of this size. After this, select the button and place this one on the right position. Okay, so we cannot see the difference. So I'm going to select this one panel and change the color for this panel now. 38 to 30. Okay, so I have changed the color of the background for now. So you have to place this one like this. And after this, what you have to do is we have to code on the button click. So what we have to do is we have to change the design name of all the button. So I'm going to change this one to btn add room. Change this one to btn customer registration. Hit enter. Change this one to btn checkout. This one to btn detail, customer detail, and finally the last one to btn employee. After this, what we have to do is when this button, click on this button, this panel needs to be moved over here. So how to do that? For that, what we have to do is we have to generate a click event for this button. Just double click on this and we have to write one line of code. Before writing one line of code, what we have to do is we have to set some name for this panel. So let me set this panel 3 to, let me change this one to panel, moving panel. I'm going to name this one moving and change the P to capital, moving panel. And after this, just go to the click event of the btn customer registration. We have to write panel, moving panel dot left is equal to btn customer registration dot left, and if I close it over here, then let's check this if this works or not. Log in and click on this. Here you can observe that when I click on this, it's on the quite left side. So what I want is I want to leave this much of space. So how much this one? So we have to add something to this left. So I'm going to add plus 18, and when I start this, and let's see now if this looks nice or not. Here you can observe it's on the little bit on the right side. This one is working fine. So we have to do this same for all the buttons. So let me do that. So we have to generate click event for each of these buttons. So first thing, just click on for this. So moving panel dot left is equal to btn add room dot left plus 18. The same way we have to do for this one. Moving panel dot left is equal to btn checkout dot left plus 18. The same way we have to code for this one. So moving panel dot left is equal to btn customer details dot left plus 18, and finally we have to code for the customer button. Just click on this. Moving panel dot left is equal to btn employee dot left plus 18, and just start this and let's see if that worked perfectly fine or not. Click on this. Okay, so this one is working fine. You can change the color of this one as per your requirement, so I'm going to leave this one for now. And we have still small issue that this button is not working now. Okay, so what we have to do is we have to just generate a click event for this button. So just double click on this and this will generate a btn minimize click event, and what we have to write this over here is this dot window state is equal to form window state dot minimized. Just this one. Start this and let's see if this works or not. Login, and when I click on this one is minimized. Okay, so we can maximize it. Okay, so now what we have to do is we have to now convert this color back. So 8 is over here, so click on this. Now this one is over here. So now what we have to do is we have to actually set the border width of this panel so that this panel is visible. Okay, so style, let me search for, okay, border style. Change the border style to fixed 3D or change this one to fixed single. So now I can see the outline of that panel. That's why I have done that. Here you can see this black color is visible over here, and that's look nice, better than before. So you can keep this color or you can change this color to something else. I have used the color of this one in my project. Complete project is nothing but 0,118,221 the color code. And if we start this, I have used this color in my complete project. Oh, not this one. I have used something else, I guess. Okay, let me remove this. Select this one. I have used this one. Aqua or something. Okay. This one. Now start this. Okay. Now this one is looking better. Okay. Here you can see this. Now everything is working. So that's it for this video, guys. In the next video, I'm going to show you how to design for this add room button and how to backend code for this. I hope you like coding with me, and if you really enjoy coding with me, please subscribe and share with your friends, and you can also follow us on Instagram. We are there to help you guys. If you have any query, you can just comment in the comment section, or you can just ask question from us on the Instagram. Thanks. Hello everyone. Welcome to my YouTube channel. In previous video, I have already shown you how to design this dashboard and how these buttons are working. So if you have not watched my previous video, then just go to description. There I have put the link for my previous video, or you can simply do one thing, just click on the suggestion on the right side of your screen. Okay, so in this video, I'm going to show you how to design for this add room button. So let me show you in my complete project. So this one is my complete project. Let me start this. Okay, so let me enter the password. That is Saurav, and password is Kumar Saurav. Let me log in. And in this video, I'm going to show you how to design this stuff. This is add room. Here you can see this. When I click on add room, this design. So I'm going to show you how to add this design. Okay, so let me close this and move back to our project on which we are working. That is hotel management video. And here, first thing, what we have to do is we have to just add one folder into our project. So right click on your project name in the Solution Explorer, just click on add and click on new folder and name this one all user control and hit enter. Now our folder is created. Now what we have to do is we have to add one user control inside this. So how to do that? Just right click on this, click on add, and after this, select new item. Okay, so it's taking a little bit of time. In this, you have to select the user control and change the name. So I'm going to name it this UC_add room. Just add, and here you will observe that new user control is added. Okay, here you can observe this. Inside this folder we have one user control, this one. So now what we have to do is, first thing, we have to change the background color. So just go to properties of this one, let me maximize this one, change the back color from controller to click on custom and select white. And after this, what we have to do is we have to set the size for this one. So let me copy the size of this one from our complete project. So this one is our complete project. Just click on this user control and just go down, and size is 1003,452. So I'm just going to copy this one and move back over here. And after this, what we have to do is just paste it, or you can manually write this 1003,452. Hit enter. So now our user control is ready. Here what we have to do is we have to add one label. So I'm going to add one label. Just drag and drop it. And here what we have to write inside this is nothing but add new room. Hit enter. And after this we have to set the image, sorry, not the image, we have to set the font for this label. Just go to font, click on this, and let me copy the font from this one. So click on this, so font is Century and regular and 20. So let me move back to our this one, and we have to write this one, select this one, regular, and the size is 20, and hit enter. Okay, now this one is looking nice. After this, what we have to do is we have to add one data grid view. So Guna 2 data grid view, drag and drop it over here, bring this one over here, and what we have to do is we have to enlarge this one like this. Okay, and after this we have to set the border of this data grid view. So let me set that border style. Here you can observe none. You have to select fixed 3D, or you can select, okay, sorry, let me change this one to fixed single to fixed 3D. Okay, so fixed 3D is looking better. After this, what we have to do is we have to add few more labels with the text boxes and combo boxes. So let me add label. So just drag and drop it. I need 4 labels, so copy paste 4 times. And we need 2 text boxes and 2 combo boxes. So let me, sorry, go to toolbox and search for text box. So I'm going to use Guna 2 text box. If you are new to my channel and if you are worried about from where I'm using this Guna 2 text box, then you have to watch my previous video. In previous video I've already shown you how to add this DLL file into your toolbox, and DLL file is already in the description. Okay, so let me just stretch this one. So this one is our text box. We need 2 text boxes, so I'm going to place 2 text boxes over here, and after this we need 2 combo boxes. So Guna 2 combo box, just drag and drop it over here, and I need 2, so copy and paste it once again, and after this just select both of these by pressing the serial key, and after this maximize this. After this we have to change the text for this label. So change this one, first one to room number, the second one to room type, this one to bed, this one to price, and we need few more stuff. Okay, so let me move this one a little bit upside. We need one button. Let me drag and drop one button more. So I'm going to use this Guna 2 button, so I'm just going to drag and drop it over here, and let me change the property of this one. I'm going to change this one to add room, and I'm going to set the radius, border radius to 23. And after this, what we have to do is we have to actually change the fill color. So border thickness, I'm going to change this one to 1, and I'm going to change few more properties of this one. Border style is solid, so I'm going to change this one to dashed. And we have to change the font for this button too. So font, just click on this, bold, and let me select 12. Okay. After this, change the fill color to white and change the for color to black. And after this, when this button is checked, you have to search for checked state. Click on this small plus, and after this, what we have to do is change this fill color, write a color code 0,118,221, hit enter, and the for color will be white. Okay, so this will look nice. Okay, now our button is added. Now what we have to do is we have to increase the font size of these labels. So let me copy that from the complete project. So this one is over here. So size is actually 11. So I'm going to move back over here to select all these by pressing the Ctrl key, and after this what we have to do is just go to font, click on this, type this one, select 11 regular, and hit OK. So now here you can observe we have to move these all a little bit upside. Okay, we have to adjust all the stuff a little bit. And after this, we have to change few more properties of these text boxes. So first I'm going to change the font for this text box. Change this one to 11. Okay, the size is quite increased. Sometimes this happens. So I'm going to copy the size from this one. Click on this, go to size, and hit enter. Select this one and go to font. And I guess I've selected 11 for this one. You have to select 11 for all this stuff. Change this one to 11 too. Click OK. And finally this one to 11. Click on this. Select 11 and hit OK. Okay, so this one is on the wrong place. So we have to set the size for this one. 347,36 I am using. And next thing what we have to do is we have to change the for color for these all text boxes and combo box. So select the for color, click on this, custom, and select this one, 64,64,64. Now our design is ready. Now what we have to do is we have to add items inside this one. So let me copy that from our complete project. So click on this, click on items, just copy this, hit OK, move back over here, click on this, items, and paste it and hit OK. And bed type, just click on this, items, and let me move back to our complete project and let me copy that. You have to pause the video and you have to write manually. Nothing but single, double, and triple. That's it. You can add other options if you feel like. Just click on OK. Now our everything is ready. So now what we have to do is we have to actually, here you can observe, we have border for these. So we have to change few properties of this text box so that it looks better than before. Okay, so just select the first one, and after this search for style. You will find this, change this one from default to material. When you do that, here you can observe you have only one line, that is underline. Okay, so in the same way we have to just press the Ctrl key and you have to change for that, search for style, click on this, select material. Here you can observe now this one is looking nice. Now what we have to do is we have to connect this with the dashboard. So how to do that? For that, just go to toolbox and here you have to find for search for Guna 2 ellipse. Just drag this one and drop it over here, and after this what we have to do is just click on this, right click and go to properties, and here you have to change this border radius from 6 to 30 and hit enter. target control, just select this one and select this one too, user control UC underscore add room, and after this just click on this CTRL-C, move back to dashboard, paste it over here, just click on this and select the target, and we have to select panel 2 because this one is panel 2, so I'm going to do that. And here you can observe, let me move back over here, you can observe in the top you don't have any user control. So what you have to do is, now we have added user control over here with the help of Muna to ellipse, but this one is not visible inside the toolbox. So when you start this and when you close this one, you will find the user control inside the toolbox. So let me close this and go to toolbox, and here you can see this. Now we have this user control UC underscore add room, that is user control. So let me drag and drop it over here, and here you can observe this one is looking nice. So we have to place this on the right position. So now I have placed this, okay, and now you can observe this one is looking nice. So now what we have to do is we have to just click on this and we have to change few properties of the panel. So move back over here, select the panel. I have selected the panel. Okay, sorry, this one dashboard is selected. So in the corner we have the panel. Okay, so here we have the panel. So change this anchor property from top left to select these two more, and after this click on the empty space, and now when you start this you will find you have this user control on the panel too. So I'm going to log in, and here you can see this, we have this user control. So but we have one small issue, that this user control is not looking nice, because this one is, I want this one to be filled over here like this one. Okay, so let me do that. So how to do that? So now what we have to do is we have to increase the size of this user control. So I'm going to increase the size of this one, okay, like this, so that this one fills inside that panel. Okay, so you have to change one more properties of the form. So just click on the empty space and move back over here and change the start position from Windows default location to center screen. And after this, after changing the size of this one, you have to delete this user control and you have to re-add this one. Then this will only adapt the size of that. Here you can see this. Now the size is being adapted. Now start this and let's see if this works or not. So I'm going to click on this. Here you can see this. This one is enlarged from the bottom side. So I'm going to increase the size of this one in the right side. Okay. So the same equal size from here to here. We have to increase this much, and we have to increase small little bit in the bottom side. So I'm going to do that. Just go over here and just increase this one from the bottom side, and after this what we have to do is we have to increase this one from the right side too, like this. Let me start this and let's see if this works or not. Okay, sorry. So we have to delete this one and we have to re-add this one. Just drag and drop it. Okay, so here you can observe this one is quite out of the box, so we have to make this one a little bit small. Okay, so let me decrease a little bit of size of this one. Sorry, I have pressed the CTRL-Z key. Okay, this much. Let me delete this one and add this one again. Now the stuff is added. Now I'm going to start this and let's see if this is on the right position or not. Okay, so now this one is filled and this one is looking nice. Now our small issue is that we have to adjust this one on the right position. So let me adjust these. So go to your user control, and after this what we have to do is just select these all, move these all stuff on the right side like this. Okay, so we missed few stuff, so I'm going to select these all like this, move this one like this, the button over here. Okay, so I'm going to use all this space inside this one. And now what we have to do is we have to increase the size of this one like this. Okay, so now let's start and see if they are on the right position or not. Okay, so now everything is in the right position, but this data grid view is actually looking quite large, so I'm going to decrease the size of this one like this, and I'm going to increase the size of these text boxes and labels. So I'm going to place it over here. I'm going to place this one over here, send to back like this. And the button is over here. And after this, what we have to do is we have to increase the size of these all stuff, that is text boxes and combo box. Select these all and increase the size of this one. Okay, so button is also selected, that's why the size of button is also increased. So I'm going to start this once again and let's see if this look nice or not. Here you can see this. Now everything is looking nice and everything is working fine. Here you can observe when I click on this add room, nothing happened. Why? This is because we have actually changed the properties for this button at the checked event, but this is not working. Why? Because the button style is not set yet. This is a default button style, so just click on this and button, sorry, this one is border. Okay, so let me search for button mode. So we have to change this button mode from default to radio button or toggle button. Okay, so let me set the toggle button for now and let's check how this. Here you can see this, when I click on this first time, this one is, the color is changed, and when I click on the second time, it revert to the back position. Okay, so you can observe now our design is ready, and when I click on this form is not visible. So this is predefined. Actually this one is visible when this form loads. So what I want is when I click on this button, then only this user control needs to be visible. So how to do that? Let me do that. Just close this, move back to the dashboard, go back over here, just double click on this, and what we have to do is we have to write user control add room dot bring to front, and before that what we want is user control add room dot visible is equal to true. What we have to do is just click on this and go to properties, and there you will find the visible. So we can make this false like this, or you can do this programmatically. Okay, so now start this, and now when you log in you will not find that user control over here. Now I'm going to click on this, and here you will find now this one is visible. So this is working fine. And how to do this programmatically, I'm going to show you. Just click on this, make this one false, true, actually visible is equal to true, and after this what we have to do is just double click on this dashboard, and this will generate a click load event, and here what we have to do is user control add room dot visible is equal to false. When you write this, now when you start, you will find that this one is visible, and when I click on the button, this one becomes visible. Okay, so that's it for this video, guys. In the next video I'm going to show you how to backend code for this. Just stay tuned and subscribe to my YouTube channel and share with your friends. Thanks for watching. Hello everyone, welcome to my YouTube channel. In previous video I have already shown you how to design this add new room user control. So if you have not watched my previous video, then just go to description, there I have put the link for my previous video, or you can simply do one thing, just click on the suggestion on the right side of your screen. Okay, so in this video I'm going to show you how to backend code for this. Okay, so let me start with that. So first I'm going to close this, and after this, before start coding for this one, first what we need is we need a container to keep something inside this. In the same way, we need a database, we need a table to store data inside that table. Okay, so first open your Microsoft SQL Server Management Studio, and there you have to write this query, that is create database, and you can name whatever you want, but my database name is my hotel, and make sure of this capital and small as well. So by default this one is selected master, this one is selected, default is selected is master. So you have to execute this, and after this you have to search for my hotel. If you can't able to find that, then you have to click on this one. This one is refresh. After this, when you click on this, you will find the name over here, and after executing this you have to execute this query, create table, and my table name is rooms, ROOMS, all in small letter. After this, first column is room ID, which is of int type, and identity, it means that identity 1, 1. It means that auto increment by 1. We don't have to insert any value inside this room ID because it's a primary key and it will be automatically incremented whenever we are inserting a new data. Second column is room number. Make sure you keep eye on small and capital letters. Okay, so here N is capital. So room number varchar, and it's of 250 size is defined inside this, not null and unique. Okay, so make sure you enter unique room number. If you try to enter the same room number which already exists in the database, then it's going to throw an exception. Room type, it's also varchar type, not null. It means that you have to fill something inside this. Bed varchar, not null. Price big int, it's integer type, not null. Booked varchar 50, and I have set the value for this one is no. Default value is no. It means that whenever you add a new room, initially it will be empty. So booked is equal to no. This will be assigned to this one. So pause the video and you have to execute this query. Okay, so now I'm going to move to the coding part. So we are working with hotel management video, so I have opened that. First thing what we have to do is we have to add one class into our project. Okay, so go to your solution explorer, right click on this, click on add, and click on class, select this class, or you can simply press shift alt and C. After this I'm going to name this class function and click add. Now our function class is added. Now inside this we will create few methods. Why these methods are created? First method I will create to make a connection. Second method I will create to insert, delete or update, to perform any operation on the database. Or third method I'm going to create to actually retrieve the data from the database. So this could be done in a single class. Okay, so the connection of data and to set a method, and these stuff we have to do only one time, and after this our coding part will become very easy. So I'm going to create a method for actually get a connection. So I'm going to write this one protected, so because we are not going to use this method outside this function. Okay, so SQL connection, you can see this, it's showing an error. Why? Because we haven't imported the library. So click on this and you have to import using system data.sql client. When I click on this, here you will find it's automatically added over here. After this the color of this one is changed and underlined red color is also removed. So now what we have to do is we have to name this method. So I'm going to name this method get connection. Okay, so here you can see this. Why I have written this SQL connection over here? This is actually the return type of this method. So this method is going to return an SQL connection type object. So that's why I have written. Here you will find why this is showing an error, because we have a return type of SQL connection. For now we haven't returned anything. So this error will automatically resolve when we complete our method. Okay, so first thing what we have to write is SQL connection is equals SQL connection con is equals new SQL connection, and after this what we have to write is con dot connection string In connection string, we have to write few stuff. So first thing, we have to write data source is equals, and we have to copy this data source from over here. Open your Microsoft SQL Server Management Studio, and here you have to click on the file, click on this Connect Object Explorer. When you click on this, you will find a server name. You have to just copy this. I'm going to cancel this and move back, and you have to paste it over here, and you have to add one more slash over here, because if you don't add this, it's going to show an error. Okay, so now this one is added. After this, what we have to write is database name. Database. Okay, so let me zoom in a little bit. Database, and database is equals my hurdle, and H was in capital letter. That's why I've written it. And finally, we have to write integrated security is equal to true. Make sure you write T in capital. So now this one is done. And after this, what we have to do is we have to just return the connection. Return con. And here you can see this. Now error has been resolved because con is a object of this SQL connection type. Okay. After this, now our connection is established. Okay. So whenever we need a database connection, we have to just call this method get connection, and we will have the object of that SQL connection. Okay. After this, what we have to do is we have to write a method to get the data from the database. So data set. Okay, data set. So this is not showing because this is showing on error because we haven't imported using system.data. When I click on this, now this library is imported, and now we can use the data set. Data set is actually a type of object in which we can store the data which is being retrieved from the database. Okay, so this method will return a data set object. It means the object in which data is stored when we fire a query inside on the database. Okay, so I'm going to name this method get data, and we have to type it. This will actually accept a string, that is query, except one argument, and it's a string type and it's query. Okay, so it's showing an error. I have told you why, because it's expecting the data set object return type and we haven't returned anything yet. So first thing, what we need a SQL connection. So SQL connection con and is equal to, we have to call the method get connection. That's it. This will return a connection object, and that will be stored inside this one. After this, what we have to do is we have to write SQL command cmd is equal to new SQL command, and in this command we have to pass the connection. cmd.connection is equal con, and after this cmd.command text, and this command text will be nothing but query. So this query comes from here. This is the argument which is being passed when this method is called. Okay. After this, what we have to do is we have to create an object of SQL data adapter. DA is equal new SQL data adapter, and inside this we have to pass the command. And after this, finally we have data set. DS is equal to new data set, and DA dot fill, and we have to fill this data set. And finally we have to return what? The data set. And now our error has been resolved. Here you can see this. Now we can fire a number of queries related to actually fetching the data from the database on this method. This method is going to be used to get data from database. Okay, so here you can observe that first we have done is we have created a SQL connection. We got the connection with the help of this method, and after this what we have is SQL command. We have created an object of SQL command, and we have passed connection to that command, and after this we have written a command text to that CMD object, and finally we have passed that CMD into SQL data adapter, and with the help of that data adapter we fill the data inside the data set, and finally we return the data set with the data which actually is contained inside that data set. And now when this method is being returned on that side, we have to save that data into a data set, and we have to show that data into a data grid view or wherever you want. Okay, so I'm going to show you how to use this. And another method what we want is to actually insert data into the database. So we have to write public void set data, and this one is going to accept two stuff. First is string query, and the second one is string message. This method is not going to return anything because we have to set the data like insertion, deletion, updation. This type of data is not going to return anything when this method is called. Okay, after this what we have to do is we have to make the SQL connection as well. So SQL connection on is equal get connection. Here you can observe the benefit of creating an method over here. Here you can see this. Now I have created a method for only one time. I have written these line of code only for one time. If I have not created this method, then what we have to do is we have to write these line of code two times. First over here and second over here. Here you can observe we have used two times connection. Okay, so we can use multiple times if we need multiple methods. So our code is now little bit compressed and it's looking very nice to actually you can identify which method is working for what. Okay, so now after this what we have to do is we have to make a SQL command. CMD is equals new SQL command, and finally CMD dot connection, we have to pass the connection con, and after this we have to open the connection con dot open, and after this CMD dot command text, and we have to pass the query, and we have to write CMD dot execute non-query. We don't need SQL data adapter over here because in this we don't have to fill any data set, and even we don't need data set because by firing this query we are not going to receive any data back from the database, so we don't need data set to store anything. Okay, so we have to just execute the query, and after this we have to close the connection dot close, and after this we have to show a message that your task is done. So how to do that? That's why I have received a message when we call this method. So here we have to write message box. We have to use this message box, and here you can see this is showing an error because we haven't reported using system.windows.forms. Just click on this and the error is resolved. Message box dot show, and here how you have to show is user written message over here. So just double quotes, single quotes and double quotes because it's a string type, so double quotes and single quotes, and this one. And within this we have to write the message. Actually the message is like this. Here you can see this, and that's it. Whatever you pass inside this is going to show to the user when after the execution of this one. If you want to delete, if you fire a delete query with the help of this method, then you will pass deletion successful. Then the message box will be visible with the data deletion successful. Okay, after this what we need is we need the message box name. So message box name will be success. Okay, and this message box needs to have some button. So message box button dot OK, and message box icon dot information. That's it. Now our method is ready. So we need two methods, and our both methods are ready. Here you can observe in this method, let me explain you this one quickly. So this method is going to work for few stuff, that is insertion, compilation and updation. I'm going to show you each of this stuff, don't to worry about that. So with the help of this, you can fire these three types of queries into the database. Okay, so now let's start with that. So first thing what we have did is we got a connection to the database. Second, we have created object with SQL command, and in that command we have passed the connection, and after that we have opened the connection, we have passed the query into the command, and after this we have executed the query and finally closed the connection, and after this we have shown the message. Okay, so now our method is ready. Now move back to our user control. So now here we go. So here first what we have to do is we have to actually change the text name for these stuff. So let me change the design name for these stuff. Let me maximize this one. So right click and go to properties, and what we have to do is we have to change this one to txt room number. Hit enter. Change this one to txt type. Hit enter. Click on this. Change this one to txt bed, and finally this one to txt price, and the button name as well to btn add room. Hit enter. Now we have changed the design name of all this stuff. So first thing what I want is when this form loads, we want that this data grid view needs to be filled with the data. Okay, so let me change the name of this one to Guna2 to data grid view 1. Okay, so first thing what I need is when this form loads, we need to actually fill this data grid with the data. Okay, so let me do that. Just double click on this empty space, and this will generate a load event for this form. So just double click on this. You see add load event is now generated. So first thing what we have to do is we have to create a object of the function class which we have created now. So function dot new fn is equal to new function. So let me zoom in. So why I have written this function over here, because we have created a class with the name function, this one, and now we have created object for that so that we can use the method inside that function class, that is get data and set data. After this we need a string type variable, that is query. You can name anything, but I'm going to write this one query. Okay, after this we have to write the query is equal to select star from rooms. Rooms is actually my table name. I have told you that we have created a table with the name rooms, and I'm going to name that over here select star from rooms. So we have to select all the records from room and we have to show that into the data grid view. So now our query is ready. Now what we have to do is we have to call that method function fn dot get data. Here you will find this get data. In this, here you can observe it's expecting a string type argument. So I'm going to pass the query because our query is written inside that method. But here you can observe we have one small issue, that function dot get method and query will be executed, but when this query executes, this method, the get data method, is written in such a way that this is going to return a data set. So we haven't stored that data set somewhere, so we have to store that over here. So what we have to do is we have to write data set ps is equals function dot get data. When this method executes, this is going to return a data set type, and this data from that data set is going to store inside that. Now we have the data. So now what we have to do is we have to show this data into the data grid view. So how to do that? Okay, so let me add a breakpoint and let's see if this works or not. In the database we have these records previously. We have these 4 records. So let me move back over here and start this. I have added a breakpoint over here. Now I've started the project. Now log in, and okay, so we are here because we have coded on the load event, so that's why this started, and we are on the breakpoint. So I'm going to check this data set. Just click on this, and here you can see this data set contains all the record which we have in the database. Okay, So here you can see this. Okay, so now move back and let me close this and stop this one. Now what we have to do is we have to set this data set value to data grid view. So data grid view one dot data source is equal to ds dot tables 0, and that's it. Now start this and you will find that data grid view will be filled with the data. Now log in and click on this, and here you can see this. Now we have the data inside this. So this one is working fine. Now what I want is when I click on this add button, we need to actually fetch the data from these all text boxes and combo boxes and insert into the database and update over here. So let me do that. So we have to generate a click event for this button. Let me close this for this button. Okay, so just double click on this and this will generate a btn add room click event. So first thing what we want to do is we have to check that, let me minimize this one, that if these text box are empty or not. Okay, so just click on this and check for if txt room number dot text is not equal to null and txt type, and we have to check for that type dot text is not equal to null and txt, and finally we have type and bed dot text not equal to null and txt price dot text is not equal to null. So first thing what we have to do is we have to check that in the room number it should not be null. It means that it should contain some data. Then only we can insert that data into the database. After this, if this condition fails, then what we have to do is we have to show user that you have to enter something into that. So in the else condition we have to show, let me just write message box dot show fill all fields. This is the message which is going to shown to the user when user tries to insert the empty text box data into the database. Okay, and this message box needs to be warning, and this message box button needs to be okay, message box icon dot warning. Let me just show you if this works or not. I have started the project. Just log in, just click on this, and I'm going to click on the add room. Here you can see this fill all fields. The message is visible. I try to fill the first one, and after this fill all fields. When I fill all the data inside this, and when I click on this, now nothing is visible because this is going to be inside the if condition, and if condition is empty for now. So now what we have to do is we have to write the code inside this if block. So what I'm going to write over here is, first thing what we have to do is we have to extract the data from all the text boxes and combo box. So first thing is a string room number is equal to txt room number dot text string type is equal to txt type dot text, and finally we have a string, and third one is bed is equal to txt bed dot text. If you thought if something like this is in your mind, that why I have taken the room number in the text format or a string format, let me tell you that I have taken that in the string format because some of the hotel may contain the room number like D101, 105E, something like this. Then that could be stored only in the string format. That's why I have taken this in the string format. Okay, so finally we have price. So price is the integer format, that is big int format. So we have to convert that, whatever in the text box is in the string format. So we have to convert that into the integer format. So int 64 and price is equal to int64 dot parse. With the help of method parse, we can convert the string format to integer format. Txt price dot text, and now we have all the data into these variables. And after this, what we have to do is we have to write the query. So query is equal to insert into the table is rooms, and we have to copy the column name from the database. So our column name is room number, room type, bed, and price. We have to insert these four columns. So I'm going to copy this room number, room type. I have previously written it over here, so I'm going to copy this and paste it inside this. You can just pause the video and write it by yourself. And after this, you have to write values, and we have to pass the value. So it's an integer type, that's why I've used the single quotes, then followed by double quotes, then plus plus, and then double quote, then single quote. Within this plus plus, we have to write room number. And after this, we have something called type. So it's also a string type, so we have to follow the same sequence. Type, and after this, we have bed, and after this we have price. So price is an integer format, so I'm not going to use a single quote, just double quotes, and within this 2 plus sign and write price. That's it. Just close the bracket and delete the empty spaces. So now our query is ready. Now what we have to do is we have to just insert into the database. So fn dot set data, we have to call this method set data, and this method is not going to return anything because this method is void type. So that's why we have to just call this method fn dot set data, and we have to pass the query. You can observe it accepting two arguments, that is of query and message. So I'm going to pass the query, and second thing is message, and we have to pass the message room added. Okay, after this, what we have to do is, what I want is this form needs to be reload. When this form reload, the new data will be automatically updated and shown over there. So how to reload that method? Okay, so let me show you first what the problem is going to happen if we don't reload the method, if we don't reload the form. Okay, so let me start this. Login. First thing, we have one small issue. What is that? When this form loads, what I want is this button needs to be clicked and the view needs to be like this. So how to do that? Let me just do that first, and after that I will show you what the issue will be there. Just go over there, just double click on this, and this will generate a load event, and here dashboard load. What we want is btn add room. This is the design name of this button. So btn add room dot perform click. You have to call this method. That's it. Now start this. Okay, sorry, we have added the colon over here, so I'm going to semi-comma, add semi-comma over there. Now started this, and when I log in, you can observe automatically we have this view over here. So I'm going to add room number, that is 303. This is of AC and single type, and price is 5000. Add room. Okay, and here you can see this. Now room is added, but it's not visible over here. So what I want is, as we add the room, it needs to be visible over here. So how to do that? For that we have to reload this form. So let me do that. Move back to the coding part, and here we have to add the reload. Okay, so what is the reload code? So we have to write UC add room underscore load, and in this it accepts two parameter object. So which form you want to reload this, and we have to pass event args e null. And in the load event, what code we have written is, in the load event we have written query, that is select a star from rooms, and that is going to extract the data from the database and save it in the data set, and then that data will be visible into the data grid view. Now let me start this and show you once again. Login. I'm going to add 304, room type non-AC, bed single, prices 3500, add room, click OK, and here you can see this. Now 304 is visible at the same time. And we have one small issue still remaining, that what I want is when I add the room, all the data from this needs to be cleared. So how to do that? For that, just close this. We have to write one method over here. So after this we have to write one method. So which method we have to write is, I'm going to write this method public void, and I'm going to name this method clear all, and inside this what we have to do is txt room number dot clear, txt type, this is actually a combo box, so that's why selected index is equal to -1. txt bed, we cannot clear the combo box, dot selected index, and if you are thinking about to clear the items, then this will remove all the items inside that, because we have hard coded the items inside that, so we cannot use that. We have to use this one. Selected index is equal to -1, and txt price is equal to dot clear. Now this method will clear all the record, all the fields. Okay, so what we have to do is we have to just call this method over here. So clear all. When you call this method, after the execution of this one, the data from this, all the text boxes will be removed. Okay, so now let me start this and show you this once again. Login, room number 401, I'm going to add room type AC, bed double, prices 8000, add room, okay, and here you can see this. Now data 401 is added and everything is clear. Now we still remain with few stuff, that is what I want is when I leave this user control, we need to clear all these fields. When I reload, when I enter inside this, I want to reload this stuff. Okay, so how to do that? For that we have to generate few stuff. When I click on this, click on events, and we have to generate a leave event. Just double click on this leave and this will generate a leave event, and we have to call the method clear all. Why I'm writing this? Because further in the next videos what we are going to do is we are going to add new user control inside these. Customer registration. When I move to customer registration, what I want is all the data, previously added data like this, I add something like this and I don't click on add, I move to the another one. So here you can observe that when I click on this, all the data is clear. Why this is because we are leaving this user control. That's why all the data is clear. I hope you understand what I have did. Okay, so and the second thing what I want is when we enter into this user control, we want to reload the data inside this. Okay, you just click on enter, double click on this, and you have to just UC_ add room load, and you have to pass the two stuff, that is this and second is null. That's it. Now when you start this, when you log in, when you move to the another user control, and when you move back over here and when you click on this, the data inside this will be updated. Okay, so that's it for this video guys. In the next video I'm going to show you how to design for this customer registration. Okay, So just stay tuned and hit subscribe, like and share with your friends. And if you have not followed on Instagram, then follow over there and you can directly text us on over there. I'm going to reply for your queries and other questions as well. So thanks for watching. Please subscribe. Hello everyone, welcome to my YouTube channel. In previous video, I have already shown you how to backend code for this add new room user control. So if you have not watched my previous video, then just go to description. There I have put the link for my previous video, or you can simply do one thing, just click on the suggestion on the right side of your screen. Okay, so in this video, I'm going to show you how to design for this customer registration. Here you can see this. I'm going to show you how to design this user interface. Okay, so let me start with that. So this is actually the complete project. I'm going to close this one, and we are actually working with hotel management video, this one. So I am back over here. So first thing what we have to do is, let me just close this add room and these stuff, we don't need these now. So what we have to do is we have to actually add one user control over here. So right click on add new item, and here you have to select this user control. Just click on this, and I'm going to change the name of this one to UC underscore customer registration, and click on enter, and now a user control will be added. So first thing what we have to do is we have to set the size for this user control, and after that what we have to do is we have to change the back color for this one. So let me set the size first. So copy the size from this user control. So I'm going to copy from over here. So 1274 comma 583. Just copy this, move back over here, right click and go to properties, change the size, paste 1274 comma 583, hit enter, change the back color controller to white, and after this what we have to do is we have to just connect this one with the dashboard. So in this video I'm going to first connect this, and after that I'm going to design this one. Okay, so let me do that. So toolbox and search for Guna 2 ellipse, just drag and drop it over here, just click on this, change the size of this one to 30 and hit enter, change this one the target control to none to user UC underscore customer registration. Just click on this, copy this one, move to dashboard, paste it over here, just click on this and change this target control from none to, because of this one, let me check for this one, dashboard actually. Okay, so let me change this one to dashboard and just save this. And after this what you have to do is, here you can observe in the toolbox you will not find user control customer registration. So when you start this and when you stop this, you will find something inside the toolbox with the name QC underscore customer registration. So I'm going to close this one and now move back to toolbox, and here you can see this, now user control customer registration is available over here. So just, let me just drag and drop it over here. Now what we have to do is we have to set this one on the proper position, and after this what we have to do is when this form load, I want to hide this user control. So just double click on the empty space over here, UC underscore this one dot visible is equal to false. So this is the name of this user control, and what we have to do is when this button is clicked we want to make this one visible. So click on this, and what we have to do is UC underscore customer dot visible is equal to true, and after this we have to write UC customer registration dot bring to front. If this one is in the background, then we have to move this one to front. Okay, now let me start this and let's see is this one in the proper position or not. Okay, so just click on this. Okay, so this one is on the proper position with the proper size, so we don't need to do anything with that. Okay, let me close this and try this once again and log in. Click on this. Okay, so everything is fine. Okay, so I will do one thing. Let me just change the back color for this one so that I can clearly see the difference with the background. Okay, so what we have to do is we have to just delete this and we have to add this one once more. Okay, so let me just move back over here, save this one, move to dashboard, go to toolbox, drag and drop it, put this on the proper position. Now start this, and I'm going to click on this. Okay, so we have some issue now. What is the issue? Let me check that. Okay, so I'm going to press the Ctrl Z. Okay, so we have added two user controls, that's why it's showing an error. Okay, so I'm going to add one more, drag and drop it over here. Here you can observe the color is changed now, and now I have placed it on the proper position. I'm going to start this and log in, and when I click on customer registration, here you can observe this much stuff is from the background. Actually this one is from the user control add room. This side is visible for this one, that's why I have changed the color for this one. Okay, so let me maximize the size of this one, move back over here. What we have to do is we have to increase the size of this one. Okay, so I have increased the size. Now start this and let's see if that works or not. Click on this. Okay, that doesn't work, we have to increase it a little bit more. I'm going to start this and let's see. Okay, that's not increasing. Actually what we have to do is we have to actually delete this one and add it once again, and let's see the difference. Start this. Okay, so now this one is stretched, but I guess this one is little bit more stretched. So what we have to do is we have to actually decrease the size of this one little bit. Now we have to delete this once again. So I'm actually adjusting this one in the starting and the beginning so that we don't get any problem at the end. Just drag and drop it over here. Start this. Okay, so this one is fine. So little bit of adjustment I will do that later. Okay, so just save this one, try once again, start this. Okay, so now this one, the size of this one is decreased, so we have to move back. So I'm going to press the Ctrl Z key. Now size has been maximized. So now I'm going to put one text box over here so that we can decide how much this one is out of the box. Okay, so I'm going to put the text box like this and one label like this. Now when I start this, and when I click on this, here you can see this. Okay, so we have to actually add this one again so that we can see the difference. Okay, so now what I have did over here is I have actually stretched this user control over here. Here you can observe the user control is out of the box, so I have did that. Let me just minimize this one and let me just show you. Okay, so I'm going to maximize this one to full screen, and here you can observe when I click on this user control, you will observe a small line over here which is going outside of the box. So I have did that so that when I start this and when I log in and when I click on this, here you can observe now we have the user control on the full screen. So now our form is user control is now ready. So now what we have to do is we have to add all the stuff inside that. Let me just close this and let me move back over here inside the user control, and let me just exit the full screen, and now let me delete these stuff. Okay, so now first thing what we have to do is we have to actually add a label over here. So how to do that? We just move back over here like this. Let me stretch this one. First thing we have to add the stuff that is label. So I'm going to copy this one. I'm going to paste it over here and change the text for this one. So I'm going to go to the text, change this one to customer registration, hit enter, start this, and let's see if this one is on position or not. Here you can see this. Now this one is on the best proper position. Now we have to add all the stuff inside this shape. Okay, so let me minimize this one, and now we have to start adding labels. So I'm going to copy one label from the previous one. I'm going to paste it over here. Let me show you the size of this one. So the size of this label, the font is okay, so I clicked on that. Font is Century and it's regular and size is 11, and said okay. After this, what we have to do is we have to add few more labels. Actually we have to add 5 labels over here. So let me copy this and paste it 5 times. And we need one more this way. And here what we have to do is we have to change the name of this one. So first is nothing but name, that is the customer name. The second one is mobile number. Third one is nationality. Fourth one is gender. Fifth one is nothing but date of birth. Hit enter. Now start this and check that if these all are fit inside the screen or not. Log in, and I'm going to click on this. Here you can observe we have a lot of space in the below over here, so we have to adjust these all a little bit lower side. So let me do that. So we have to move these all the stuff a little bit lower side, and after this what we have to do is we have to add the text boxes, date time picker, combo boxes, etc. So first I'm going to add text box. We need actually 2 text box, 3 text box, 1 comma box, and 1 date time picker. So I'm going to use Guna 2 text box. So if you are worried about that, from where these Guna 2 text boxes and Guna 2 ellipse is coming. Okay, so if you have not watched my previous video, just go to previous video. That is the first or second video, I guess. In that video, I have explained how this is going to work and how to add this one into your toolbox. Okay, so DLL file is already in the description, so not to worry about that. So I'm going to use this one. So copy paste, and we have to copy paste once again, and we have now 3 text boxes. I need 1 combo box. Just drag and drop it over here. Okay, so not this one actually. I'm going to use the Guna 2 combo box. Just drag and drop it. I'm going to maximize this one a little bit. After this, I need a date time picker. I'm going to use Guna 2 date time picker. So just drag and drop it over here like this. Now what we have to do is we have to set the size for these text boxes. So just click on these, and let me copy the size of text box from the previous one. No, actually I'm going to copy the size of this one from the complete project. So move back over here, and our user control name is user control underscore customer. So click on this, and let me copy the size of this one. So the size is 331,36. I'm going to copy this one, move back over here, click on this. The size is, let me change this one to, hit enter. So now the size I need is this one. Let me start this and let's check. Log in, click on this. Okay, so now the size is better than before and everything is working fine and looking nice. Let me close this. Let me set the size, the same size for all the stuff. So click on all, change the size to 331 and comma 36, hit enter. After this, what we have to do is we have to set the text, the font for these all text boxes and combo boxes. So I have selected all and go to back color, sorry, fill color, that is fog color. Click on this custom and select black 64 64 64. And what we have to do is we have to set this font for these all text boxes. So I'm going to set the fill color for these. Okay, so we have already set the fill color here, 64, sorry, 4 color. Now what we have to set is we have to actually set the font. So where is the font? This one. Just click on this and change the size to at least 11 and hit OK. So the size is increased. So what we have to do is we have to set the size again. Change this one to 331, 36. The same way we have to do for the rest. So select all. And after this, what we have to do is we have to set the size. So font, click on this and select 11 and hit OK. Now the size of all has been changed. So what we have to do is we have to set the size again. Click 331, like this. And after this, what we have to do is we have to place this all on the proper position. Okay, like this. So sometime it happens. And change the font size for this one too. Change this one to 11 and hit OK. And we have to maximize this one if you feel like. So I'm going to maximize this one. That's looking better. Now what we have to do is we have to next change few properties of these text boxes. So select all these stuff and change the style from default to material. And let me select for this one too. So let me search for style in the datetime picker. So actually datetime picker doesn't contain any style. Okay, not to worry about that. So what I want is when this datetime picker is clicked, I want to change the fog color. So which color I want is, okay, so let me enter the color code 0, 118, 221, and the fog color needs to be on white. So sorry, fill color, that is the fog color. So just start this and let me check if that works or not. Log in, click on this, so you can observe. Okay, so nothing happens, nothing changed. Okay, I will look into it why it doesn't work. Okay, not to worry about that. So next thing what we have to do is we have already changed the style of these all text boxes and combo boxes. Now what we have to do is we have to actually add few more stuff. That is nothing but ID proof, address and check-in. So I'm going to copy these and these two and these two as well. So I'm going to copy this and paste it again. I'm going to copy this and paste it. Okay, let me select this once again. Okay, so now we are here. Now in this, what I want to do is, let me just move this one a little bit upside. Change this one to, the name of this one to ID proof, hit enter. Change this one to address. Change this one to check-in. And one more thing what we have to do is, now everything is on this page, so we have to actually change few stuff for this one. So what I want to change is, I want to change the format of this datetime picker. So let me do that. Format from long to short. And for the same we have to do for this one, change this format from long to short. Now we need few more stuff. Okay, so what is that? That is nothing but we have to add few more combo boxes. So I'm going to copy these stuff, gender, and this combo box. So copy this and paste it. I need it over here, and let me move these all stuff a little bit on the right side. Okay, so now we need 3 combo boxes. So I'm going to paste this one for the 3 times. These are for bed, room type, room number, etc. And I need one text box for actually price. Okay, and I need one button. So let me drag and drop one button. I'm going to use Luna 2 button. Luna 2 button, just drag and drop it over here. And after this, what we have to do is we have to change few properties of this one. So I'm going to change that for now. Allot room. Next thing what we have to do is we have to change the font for this one, and at the same time we have to change the color. So this one is fill color. Change this fill color to white, and the font, change this font to 11 and bold, and hit OK. And after this, what we have to do is we have to change the font color to black, and change the radius, border radius, from 0 to 32, or you can change this one to 22 at least. Okay, so 22 is looking better, or 25. Check for that. Okay, 25 is better. Change the border style from solid to dash, and change the border thickness from 0 to 1, so that we can see the button outline very clearly. After this, what we have to do is we have to change few properties of this button, that is check the state, change the fill color to, we change 0, 118,221, hit enter. Change the fog color, that is the text inside that, to white, and we have to change one more property, that is button mode. Change this one from default to toggle button. Now let me start this and show you that if this works or not. So when I log in, when I click on this, everything is on place, and this one is working fine. Here you can see this. When I click on this, the background color becomes different and the fog color becomes white. Okay, so now everything is working and it will fine. Yeah, so we have to change these stuff. So I'm going to change this one. So these all are gender, so I'm going to change the first text to bed. Change this one to, go to properties and change this one to room type. Change this one to room number, and finally we have to change this one to price. Okay, so we have a lot of space over here, so what we have to do is we have to actually move these all the stuff a little bit lower side. So I'm going to do that like this. Okay, so everything is on place. So now what we have to do is we have to change this background color to normal, that is white. So I have selected the user control, change this one to white. Okay, now everything is looking nice. Now what we have to do is we have to set the placeholder text for each of these text boxes. So click on this, select this. Here you will find the placeholder. If you don't find this one over here, so then you have to just go to properties and search for placeholder in the properties. Here you will find this placeholder text, and here you have to write enter full name, hit enter. The second one we have to set enter contact number, this one to nationality, so we have actually set the text for this one. Okay, so we have set the text. So let me cut this and let me move back to the placeholder text and hit it over here and hit enter. And after this we cannot set the combo box as placeholder, so I'm going to change this one, placeholder text enter ID, this one to enter complete address, This one is also a comp box, so we don't have to set this for these all stuff. Okay, so let me start this and let's see if these all stuff are working or not. Okay, so this one is showing in the red color because we haven't deleted and added these stuff. This one, so I'm going to delete this one and drag and drop once again. So when you change anything in the user control, then you have to delete that and add this one again. Then only that change will be reflected. If you are adding a new text box or combo box, then that will be perfectly fine. Not to worry about that. So I've started this. Click on login, go to customer registration, and you can see this, everything is on place. So now what we have to do is we have to actually backend code for this, and we have to add few stuff inside this one. Okay, so I'm going to do that in the next video. In this video I've already completed the designing part for this customer registration. I hope you enjoyed coding with me and designing with me. So if you have not subscribed to my YouTube channel, then please subscribe and hit the bell icon, and please stay tuned for further videos. Thanks for watching. Please share. Hello everyone, welcome to my YouTube channel. In previous video I have already shown you how to design this user control, that is customer registration. So if you have not watched my previous video, then just go to the description, there I have put the link for my previous video, or you can simply do one thing, just click on the suggestion on the right side of the screen. Okay, so in this video I'm going to show you how to backend code for this. Okay, let me close this and start coding with this. Okay, so first thing what we have to do is we have to actually create a table to store the customer details. So which query we have to execute is this one. So first thing what you have to do is you have to actually pause the video and you have to write this stuff. Okay, so let me move back to our project on which we are working. We are working on hotel management video, and move back over here in the design part. Here you can see this, we have few boxes, that is 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 and 8. These 8 records are related to customer, so we have to save these all data 8, and we have to only save one thing, that is room number, into the database. Okay, and with the help of room number we can find all the remaining stuff about the room number. So move back to the database. Okay, so here you're going to observe we have how many columns, 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9 and 10, and we have one room number. Okay, so we have created a checkout table over here, but we haven't created any input box for that. We have a separate user control for the checkout, and the same table we are going to work with that. Okay, so not to worry about that, I'm going to show you each of the stuff. So first thing what you have to do is you have to actually pause the video and execute this query. So I'm going to explain what actually this query contains. So first thing, create table and customer. Make sure your database name is selected over there. Just click on this and select the database name, that is my hotel, and after this you have to execute this query. So this error is showing because I have already created a table with the name customer. So create table, and my table name is customer. First thing is CID. CID is a primary key. I have mentioned over here primary key. It's of int type identity 1,1. That means that it's going to incremented each time whenever we are going to insert a new row into the database, into the table. Okay, so C name is a username, customer name. It's of varchar type 250, not null. Mobile, big int, not null. When you mention big int, you don't have to mention the size. Okay, so nationality, varchar 250, not null. Gender, varchar 50, not null. DOB, varchar 50, not null. ID proof, varchar 250, not null. Address, varchar 350, not null. Check-in. In the same way, checkout. Here you can see this. I have not mentioned not null over here because checkout will be null by default. Initially, when the customer log in or register into our hotel, then checkout will be null. On the basis of that, we are going to filter that who is assigning in the hotel and who checked out. Okay, so if the customer checkout detail is null, it means that customer is still in our hotel, and if the checkout date is fill, then it means that customer is already left our hotel. Okay, so checkout, we are going to checkout, leave this checkout null. When we create, nothing will be inserted into this, and this checkout not null, and it will be default will be no. Okay, So I have written something wrong over here. Okay, so you have to write CK, this one, and you have to replace this one. Okay, like this. Here you can observe we have check in, check out. Oh, sorry. You have to mention that too. Okay, so we have to mention these all stuff. I have already mentioned it over here. Here you can see this. And finally, we have room ID int. So you have to write like this: check out varchar 250 not null. Yes, no, like this one. Room ID and not null. And I have made a foreign key with the room ID. My foreign key is nothing but room ID, this one, and it references to which table, that is rooms, and the primary key of that room. So in the rooms, let me go back over here. Here we have the rooms table which we have created in the previous video. So in this room we have room ID as a primary key. So I have make a foreign key with the reference of that room table, and the primary key is this one. Okay, so I hope you have created this table. Now I'm going to move back to our project part. So I am now here. So first thing what I want is, on the basis of selection of room, on the basis of selection of bed and the room type, we need to fill the data inside these room number. So before that, before going to code inside this, first thing what we need is, we want to actually change the name of these all text boxes and combo boxes for the first. So I'm going to change the design name of this. So click on this, go to properties, and there you will find name. So I'm going to change this one txt name, this one to txt mobile or contact, change this one to txt nationality, change the gender to txt gender, change this one to txt dob, change this one to txt id proof, this one to txt address, change this one to txt check-in, and finally we have to change few more stuff, that is this one. Change this one to txt bed. Okay, change this one to, just go to properties, select this one txt bed, this one to txt room type, or you can just leave this one room. Change this one to txt room number, and change this one to price, txt price, and change this one to btn allot room. So first thing what we have to do is, we have to actually set the gender for this one. So I'm going to just click on this small triangle over here, click on this items, and I'm going to copy these items from the complete project, that is this one. So I'm going to move back over here, just click on this, and I'm going to select this one, male, female, and other. Move back over here, paste it. You have to write this one, just pause the video, male, female, and other. Okay, just move back over here, and here what we want is, on the selection of bed type, that is single, double, or triple, and on the basis of room type, that is AC, non-AC, after the selection of these stuff, we want to add room number inside this one, dynamically add room number inside this one. Okay, so how to do that? First thing, we have to hard code the bed type and the room type over here. So let me just click on this, click on items, and move back over here. Let me copy this one, items, copy this single, double, and triple, move back over here, paste this stuff, single, double, and triple, click on OK, Now we have to click on this room type. Just select this one, click on this, move back over here. I'm going to copy this one, AC, non-AC. Okay, and hit OK. Now what I want is, when I select, let me start this and let's see if this all combo box now contain AC, non-AC and other stuff or not. Click on this. Here you can see this. When I select this single, double, triple on the room type, what I want is when I use a select single and select AC, then if these rooms available with a single bed and AC type, then only the rooms inside this one needs to be visible. So how to do that? And here you can see this. We have gender, male, female, and everything is now visible over here. So on the basis of these two, I want to set the room number inside these combo boxes. So let me close this and let me show you how to do that. First thing what we have to do is we have to go to the function which we have created in the previous video, this one, and we have to add one method over here. So let me do that. So move back over here, just enter public SQL data reader. I'm going to return a SQL data adapter object, sorry, reader object. So that's why its return type is SQL data reader. Okay. So after this, what we have to write is, I'm going to set the name for this function as get for combo, and this is going to accept one method, one argument, that is a string of string type, and I'm going to name that one query. After this, I'm going to write SQL connection and con is equal to get connection. So this get connection is a method which I have already written over here. With the help of this get connection, I am going to get a connection with the database, and that connection is going to store inside this con. Okay, after this we have to write SQL command CMD. We have to create the command for that command object, and we have to pass the connection to that command. After this, what we have to do is we have to open the connection con.open, and we have to write CMD is equal new SQL command, and in this we have to pass the query and connection. After this, we have to write SQL data reader SDR is equal to CMD. Finally, we have to execute the CMD command, that is a query, execute reader, and finally we have to return the reader object SDR, this one. Now our error has been resolved over here. Now the task is done till here. Let me zoom this one and let me show you clearly. So here you can see this. You have to just write this method, just pause the video and write it. Okay, so now next what we have to do is we have to move back over here, and in this what we have to do is we have to move to the designing part of this one. So I'm going to generate a click event or something. Okay, so I'm going to generate a click event or load event for this one. I'm not going to code anything for this one now. So first thing what we have to do is we have to actually write a method inside this one, in this. Okay, so let me remove this load event for now. Let me close this, move back this one over here, just click on this load event and let me remove this stuff, and now you can see this. Now the stuff has been removed. So first thing, here we have to write one more method to set the combo box. Now from there we get the combo box. From here we have to actually set the combo box. So public void set combo box. I have written the name to this method, and inside this we have to accept two arguments, that is query, the first thing, and the second thing is combo box name, on which we have to set the combo box. So combo box, and I'm going to rate this combo. Inside this what we have to do is we have to write SQL data reader. It's not showing a pop-up because we haven't imported the library. So we have to write and after this you will find a small rectangle over here. You have to hover over that, just click on this and click on this using SQL system.data.sql client. When you click on this, the color has been changed and the library is already imported over here. This one you can manually write it, or you can do the same way I have did over here. SQL data reader, and here you have to write SDR is equal to function. So first thing I have to create the object for the function class which we have created. Function fm is equal to new function and string type query. So function dot, and we have created a method that is get for combo, and in this we have to pass the query. This get for combo method accept one query, this one the query. Whenever we call this method, inside this method we are going to pass the query and the combo box name which we want to set, and at the same time this query is further passed to this get for combo method inside that function class. Okay, so if you feel complicated about this, so you can directly contact me on Instagram. There you can put a text, or if you're stuck anywhere in this project, then you can feel free to contact us and subscribe. Make sure to subscribe my YouTube channel and follow us on Instagram too. After this, what we have to do is we have to check that while SDR dot read, it means that this while method will run till this SDR dot read. Read means read the text from this SDR. It means that when one row is readed, after this it moves to the second line. When this loop completes for the first time and move back over here for the second time, it try to read this once again. If there is at the end of the row, then this will not read any stuff. So then this loop stop working. Okay, inside this what we have to do is we have to set for int I is equal to 0 and I should be less than SDR dot file count and I plus plus. This loop will run till 0 to SDR file count. It means that how many files inside this loop will run from 0 to that number. And here what we have to do is we have to set the combo. So the combo box name is combo over here. You can see this combo dot, we have to add items. Each time with each iteration we have to add items dot add, and inside this we have to write SDR dot get a string. And inside this we have to set the position of that, the index value, that is from the I, it starts from 0 and keep adding inside into that. And finally we have to close the connection, SDR dot close. If you get stuck in this, if you can't understand this, don't worry. Okay, so if you stuck over here, then don't worry about that. This is going to be used only for one time or maybe two times hardly. So this one is not that much important. You can actually keep a track on this, but you can code by leaving this one. You have to just write this and forget this, you have written it over here. Okay, after this what we have to do is we have to actually, let me move back over here, and here we have this one, that is the room, txt room. What I want is when I select the bed and when I select this one, I want to set the room number on the basis of these two stuff. So what we have to do is we have to code on this txt room select index change. Just click on this one, select index change. Here you can find the event with the name of that. Just double click on this and this will generate txt selected index change. And here what we have to do is we have to first take the we have to write the query. So query is equal to, and which query we have to write, select room number. This is actually room number. I have written n in the capital because in the database my column name is like in this format, ROOM and N is in the capital letter. That's why I've written it that way. So move back over here, select room number from table name is rooms, where bed is equal to plus the double quotes and single quotes. It's in the string format, that's why I've written it over here. So first thing what you have to check is bed type. So the name of this one is txt bed. So txt bed dot text, and room type is equal to txt room dot text, and booked is equal to no. Okay, so now here you can observe why I have written this one. Check the out where, or this one is no. Okay, sorry, this one is no. Booked is equal to no. Why I have set it over here? So here you can observe, whenever we are going to add only those room numbers into that combo box whose booked status is no. Okay, so now our query is ready. Now after this, what we have to do is we have to set the combo box. So set combo box. So our method is set combo box. So this one. In this, what we have to pass is the two stuff. That is, first is query. So we have the query over here, and next thing the combo box name. So which combo box we want to set on the basis of these two combo boxes? So we want to set this one. So we have to check the name for this one, txt room number. So I'm going to pass to the stuff, that is query, and the second stuff is txt room number, and hit enter. Now just start this and let's see if this works or not. So I've started this, log in, click on this, select the bed single, room type EC, and you can find we have two rooms, that is 101 and 102. So try it once again, single, and click on AC, and here you can observe we have again 101 and 303 is added. So this is not looking quite nice. So what is the problem with this? Okay, so if I click on this once again, I will find we have added one more time. So first thing what we have to do is we have to clear the previous data, and after that we have to add new data. So if I select triple and AC, and you will find that we have added more records. If we have the data inside that non-AC, then yeah, everything will be added. So let me search for single AC, and you can observe we have more records, that is 101, 30, and everything is now added repeatedly. Okay, so we don't want repeated data inside this one. So how to do that? For that, whenever we select this one, first thing what I want is I want to clear the combo box inside this one, clear items from this one, and after that add new one. Let me close this and write a one line of code over here. So txt room number dot items dot clear, and when you write this and when you start this and when you log in, go over here, select the bed single or triple, and click on AC, you will find you have only one room, that is 2. And if I click on this once again, then you will find still we have only the single stuff. Okay, so you can observe now we have the single to one of these two stuff. After this, we have to actually face one more issue whenever we do this. Okay, so that is what I want is whenever I click on this single type, we have one more issue. Here you can see this, when I select the single and click on AC, we have 102 and 303. Okay, so we have these two rooms, but this room is of what? Single type. And here you can observe when I select this one and select the double, still we have 101 and 303 in the AC type. And if anyone click on this allot, then this double room will be allocated. 102 is actually single type. Okay, try to understand. Okay, so let me try to understand you this one from the beginning. Okay, so I have selected single and I have selected the AC. Then two rooms are added, that is 102 and 303. Okay, if I select this one double and select AC, then you can observe we have 201 and 401. Okay, let me select non-AC. Here you can see this, nothing is over here because we don't have any data with the double non-AC. So let me select single and select non-AC. You will find we have one room. And after the selection of this, what we will do is I'm going to change the single to triple. And here you can observe these data is still in the text boxes and combo boxes, and this is not a good way to actually code. So what we have to do is we have to actually reset these two combo boxes whenever any index is changed inside this one. Okay, so let me do that. For that, what we have to do is we have to move back over here, just select this one, click on this, select index change, just double click on this, and what we have to do is we have to reset the text boxes. So txt room dot selected index, we don't use this one items dot clear. If we do that, then you can observe small stuff over here that this combo box is actually hard coded and this one too. So we cannot clear items from that. If you clear, then everything inside that will be removed and it will not be appear again. So what we have to do is we have to change the selected index. So we have to do selected index is equal to -1 for the first one, that is this one, and in this one is dynamically added, that's why we can clear the item from this one. So txt room number dot items dot clear. So now start this and you will observe that type of issue you will not face. Login, move back over here, you can see this single type room number room AC, and you will find these two rooms. I have selected it over here. I'm going to change this one to double and you will find nothing is over here. So now this is the best way to practice. And now we can change the rooms. When I select non, here you can see this, nothing is over here. So this is the best practice. After this, what we have to do is we have to actually set the price on the basis of room number. Here you can see this, when I select the single and select the AC and select the type, the single AC, and here you can observe in the add room we have already set the price for these room numbers. So I want that on the basis of room number the price needs to be visible over here automatically. Okay, so for that what we have to do is we have to code on this txt room number select index change. So just click on the event, just go to properties, right click and go to properties, click on this, and here what we have to do is we have to just click on the select index change, just double click on this and this will generate a click event. And here what we have to do is we have to write a query. So query is equal to, so if you are worried how this query is working, so I have already created a variable for that, string query, so that we can use this one repeatedly. So query, and inside this I'm going to write select price and room ID. So why I'm checking room ID in the letter, in this video I'm going to explain you. Okay, so room ID from rooms where room number is equal to, room number is in string format, that's by single quotes and double quotes, and we have to put 2 plus and txt room number dot text. We have to select the price and room ID for that room number which is selected, and what we have to do is we have to set that into that particular text box. So how to do that? For that, first thing what we have to do is we have to call the method that is dataset ds is equal to function dot get data. Inside this data we have to pass the query because it accepts one query as an argument, and this method that is get data, in previous video I've already shown you how this function how this method works. So this method is get data, and this method is going to return a data set object ds. So if you have not watched my previous video, then I will suggest you to please watch my previous video. In previous video I have already explained what is this stuff and how this one is going to work. Okay, so here this is going to return a data set object with the data, and we have to set that data into the text box. So our text box name is text box price dot text is equal to, and this is the database object, that is ds dot tables 0 dot rows, and in rows we have to pass 0, and we have to pass 0 once again. That is, the first one is for row and second one is for column, because in the data set the data is stored in the form of table. So we have to actually fetch the value from the 0th row and 0th column. We have to convert that to string. And after this, let me start this and let me show you if this works or not. Login. Click on this bed single AC 102. Here you can observe now the prices change on the basis of that. Double AC room type 201, price is changing on the basis of that. Okay, so this one is working fine. After this, what we have to do is we have to actually code for this allot room. So what we have to do is we have to store all these data into the database when this allot room is clicked. Okay, let me move back over here in the coding part. All the tasks for these all com box and text boxes is now done over here. So now we have to code for this btn allot room. Okay, so now what we have to do is just double click on this, and this will generate a click event for this button. So I'm going to just double click on this btn allot room, click event is generated. Here first thing what we have to do is we have to check that all the text boxes are selected or not, or filled or not. Okay, so first thing I'm going to set if txt name dot text is not equal to null, and then txt contact dot text is not equal to null, and txt nationality dot text not equal to null. After this, txt after nationality we have gender dot text not equal, and txt bob we have txt id proof dot text not equal null, and after this we have txt address dot text not equals null. And after the address what we have is we have check-in. So txt check-in is not equal to null. Okay, so we have missed and over here, and dot text, and we have to check one more stuff, that is and txt price dot text not equal to null. In the else condition, if these are null, then what we have to do is we have to show a message to the user, else message box dot show, and the message needs to be visible, fill all fields. Okay, so something nice, all fields are mandatory. Okay, so if I did any spelling mistake, then don't judge me on that. Okay, so this message box is going to have some name. So name will be information, and this message box needs to have some buttons, so I'm going to put one button, that is OK, and some icons. So message box item dot information. Okay, now I'm going to start this one and let's check if this works or not. So without filling any data inside this, I'm going to click on this, and as you can see, this all fields are mandatory. Okay, so I'm going to click on OK, and now we can code on this. This one is working fine. First thing what we need is, we need all the data from all these text boxes and combo boxes. So what we have to do is, we have to actually start with that. String name is equal to txt name dot text. After this, we have actually mobile number, so that's in the big end form. So I'm going to convert that into an integer type. So int64 mobile is equal to int64 dot parse, and this txt contact dot text, and finally we have string nationality is equal to national is equal to txt nationality dot text. After this we have string gender is equal to txt gender dot text. And after this we have string dob txt dob dot text. And after this we have string id proof is equal to txt id proof dot text. And after this we have address is equal to txt address dot text. And finally we have string check-in is equal to txt check-in dot text. That's it. We need all these stuff to insert into database. Okay, so let me do that. We have to insert the data into the database. So I'm going to write the query. So query is equal to like this, and inside this we have to write insert into database name is customer, and we have to mention the column names. So let me copy that from the database. I have written it separately. Okay, where it is? Okay, so we don't have it over here, so I'm going to copy this one and paste it again and again. So the task is done. So now what we have to do is, we have to copy this one. Here you can observe CNAME. This one is the CNAME, mobile, nationality, in the same order. I am following the same order, the column order. Gender, DOB, ID proof, address, check-in, room ID, this one. So I have set all these stuff. So copy this. Now you can see this in the room IDs over here. So move back over here. I'm going to paste it inside this one. And here you can observe we have the data till over here. So from where we get this room ID? So we get the room ID from here. I have shown you. We have executed the query select price, comma room ID from rooms where room number is. On the basis of room number, I want the ID from that. So I'm going to create one variable over here. So end room ID. I'm going to mention it over here. RID is equal to ds.tables 0 dot rows and 0, that is 0th row and first column dot, and what we have to do is, we have to convert that to string. Now this will work fine. And okay, so this is actually a string type. Let me check into the database. So this one is actually int type. Okay, we can move back over here, and here what we have to do is, okay, so this one is showing an error. Let me check that. We have to convert that into the integer type. So int dot parse, and inside this one we have to pass this. Okay, here you can see this. Now our error has been resolved, and now we have to move back over here. So now what we have to do is insert into customer. These are the column name, and after this we have to mention the values. So values, and what we have to do is we have to write the name of each of the stuff. So first thing we have to write the name of this one, double quotes, single quotes like this, and 2 plus sign over here. So first thing is name, second is mobile number. So mobile is in integer format, so double quotes plus plus like this, mobile. After mobile, okay, so let me scroll it this one a little bit like this. After mobile we have nationality. So nationality is in string format, so single quotes, double quotes, 2 plus sign, double quotes and single quotes. Nationality, national, that is national, comma, single quote, double quote, plus plus, double single. So in this we have gender. After gender we have DOB. After DOB we have ID proof. After ID proof we have, let me check, after ID proof we have address and check-in. And after address we have check-in, so that's also in the string format. And after check-in finally we have RID, that's in the integer format, so plus and only double quotes, RID. And after this, when this room is allotted, what we want to do is we actually want to change the status of the room from booked to booked. Here you can observe, let me just move back to the database and let me execute this one. Select start from rooms. Suppose this room, that is 102, is allotted, then I want to change the status of booked from no to yes. So I have to fire that query too. So move back over here. So you have to write the query after this RID. Let me close this one. And after this we have to write the another query, that is update, and the table name is rooms. Set booked. Booked is the column name in the rooms table. Let me move back over here. And the rooms table we have booked. Here you can see this is the column name, and what we have to do is we have to convert that from no to yes whenever a room is allotted. On the basis of the room allocation, we have to change the status of that. Okay. So we have to fire two queries on the single click. So let me do that. Move back over here, and we have to write update rooms set booked is equal to yes, the capital letters, where room number is equal to, on the basis of room number we only want to set this one to the particular room. So if we don't use where condition with the update status, then this is going to update the whole record inside that table. So txt room number dot text. Okay, so let me delete this space, and after this what we have to do is we have to fire this query into the database. So how to do that? For that we have to just write the method, that is function dot set data, and inside this we have to pass the query. And with the query, what I want is it actually accepts one query, and here you can see this two string argument, that is first one is query and the second one is method. So I want to show some method, so I'm going to write room number, and I'm going to mention the room number from the text box. So txt room number dot text, and what I want to mention is allocation successful. That's it. Okay, so now this will work fine. So let me execute this and let me show you by allocating a room. So let me first check the status of the room, that is 102. I'm going to allocate 102 to someone. Okay, so just click on this. I'm going to fill the data. So my name is Jay and mobile number is 5566499, like this. Okay, I am an Indian. Gender is male. Date of birth 1998 March 27. ID proof address Delhi, India. Check-in date, I'm going to select the single AC and room type 102 and prices over here, and I'm going to allocate the room, allocate room. Room number 102 is allocated successfully. Here you're going to observe the bed is single and room type is AC. When I click on OK, and here you can see this when I select the single again, and here you will click on AC and you will find that 102 is missing. Why this one is because if we move back over here and here you can see this 102 is AC. Okay, AC, and its booked status is yes now. Here you can see this. So that's why 102 is not visible over here. Okay. So now what I want is when I click on this allocate button, after the allocation I want to clear all this data. So how to do that? For that we have to write one method. So let me move back over here and we have to write one method, that is public void clear all. Inside this method what we have to do is we have to clear the all fields. Txt name dot clear, txt contact dot clear, txt nationality dot clear. After this we have txt gender, that's a combo box, and inside this we have actually hard coded the item, so we cannot clear the items from that. So we have to do the selected index is equal to -1, txt dob dot reset text. This is a datetime picker, so we cannot clear any text inside that. So what I want is when I write a method reset text, when I use this method the text is reset to the today date. Okay, so txt id proof dot clear, and after this we have txt address dot clear, and after this we have txt checkin dot reset text dot reset text. Okay, after this what we have is we have txt bed dot selected index is equal to -1. After the txt bed we have room dot selected index is equal to -1, and we have txt actually room number dot items dot clear, because that one is dynamically added, that's why I'm going to clear for that one, and txt price also needs to be clear. So one small issue is still remaining, that when I start this and when I log in, when I move back over here you can see this, when I click on this and we select this one, and when I change this stuff all these are moved, but the price is still visible. So what I want is I want to clear this one too. So let me do that. So for that we have to move back over here, and after here what we have to do is we have to actually clear the text. Txt price dot clear, we have to do this, and we have to do this once again over here. So txt price dot clear. This will fine, perfectly work fine. Now start this and let's see if this works or not. Bed single, room type EC. When I select this, now this one is also clear. On the basis of this one, if I change this one is also clear. Okay, so this looks better than before. Okay, now this one is working fine. Now what I want is, when I move back to this one, I want to clear all this stuff. Here you can see this, I have written something inside these. I have selected these stuff and I have selected everything inside this one. So what I want is, when I move back over here, all the stuff inside this needs to be cleared. And when I move back, I need to see an empty stuff over here. So how to do that? For that, a method I have already written to clear all the stuff, that is clear all. So whenever we leave this user control, we have to clear the fields. So I'm going to write that. Click on this, search for leave. Here you can see this leave. Just double click on this and this will generate a leave UC customer registration leave event. So I'm going to call the method clear all, and this will clear all the text fields. And then the same thing, what I want is, when the room allocation is successful, and after this I want to clear the text fields. So I'm going to write that same method clear all and just start this, and you will find that this will work. Okay, just log in, move inside this, and I'm going to enter something randomly. Like this one, selected the single AC 303, and as you can see this, now I'm not going to allocate the room. I'm going to move back to add room and move back over here, and here you can see this, everything is now clear. In the same way, if you fill all the data and allocate a room, and when you allocate, the allocation is successful, after that all the data will be cleared. So that's it for this video, guys. In the next video I'm going to show you how to design for this checkout button and how to backend code for that. So if you have not subscribed to my YouTube channel, please subscribe and hit the bell icon. And thanks for watching, and keep supporting and keep liking and keep sharing. Thanks. Hello everyone, welcome to my YouTube channel. In previous video, I have already shown you how to backend code for this registration, customer registration user control. So if you have not watched my previous video, then just go to the description. There I have put the link for my previous video, or you can simply do one thing. Just click on the suggestion on the right side of the screen. Okay. So in this video, I'm going to show you how to design this user control, that is customer checkout. Okay. So this is our complete project. That's why this button is functional. Okay, so let me move back to our complete project. So I'm going to close this, move back to our project in which we are working. We are working on hotel management videos. So I'm over here, and here let me just start this and show you. And here you can see this, still here the work is done. When I click on this customer out, checkout, nothing happens. So we have to design the user control for this one. So close this. First thing what we have to do is, let me just close this. We have to add one user control. So go to Solution Explorer, click on this all user control, right click on this, click on add and select user control. You can see this. When you select this user control, you have to name something to this, and I'm going to name this one customer UC underscore customer checkout. And when you click on add, a new user control will be added. Here you can see this, now user control is added. Now what we have to do is, we have to change the color of this user control background color. So just right click and go to properties, and there let me just maximize this a little bit. And after this, what we have to do is, we have to change the back color. So back color, here you can see this is controller. So select custom and select white, and now this one is white. And after this, what we have to do is, we have to add this user control to the dashboard. Okay, so where is the dashboard? So here we find the dashboard over here. Let me close these functions. So dashboard is over here, and here we have to add it over here. So let me just do that. How to do that? So we are working on, let me just close these all stuff for now. If we need, we will reopen it. So this one. So first thing what we have to do is we have to add one Guna to ellipse to this user control. Just drag and drop it. So here you can see this. I have extra stuff, that is Guna stuff. So if you don't have, then just go to my description. There I put a DLL file. You can download it and just add that into your toolbox. And how to add the DLL file into this toolbox, I have already make a video on it, and that video link is also in the description. Okay, so I'm going to use this Guna to ellipse. So change few properties of this one from 26 to 6 to 26. Okay, so let me check for the previous user control what I have written it. Okay, so this one, let me just maximize this. So the size is 30. So let me change this one to 30. Hit enter. Move over here. Change this one to UC checkout target control and save this one. After this, what we have to do is we have to copy this one. Just right click, copy, move to dashboard, paste it over here, and here we have to change few properties. That is, change the target control from none to dashboard and save it. And after this, here you can see this. Move back over to the top, and here you will observe that we don't find UC underscore customer checkout. So how to do that? When you start this, after adding this Guna to ellipse, and let me close this, and now move back to toolbox again to the top, and you will find UC checkout, UC customer checkout is now over here. So let me just drag and drop it over here like this. Let me just minimize this one, and here we'll find this is on the proper position. And now what we have to do is we have to actually set in this button that when I click, this user control needs to be on the front. So just double click on this, and this will generate a click event. And here what we have to do is we have to write few stuff, that is UC customer checkout dot visible is equal to true, and after this UC checkout dot bring to front. Now start this, and let's see if that button works or not. On checkout, here you can see this one is completely not in the maximized form, so we have to do that. Let me move back over here, and for now we have to change the color, the background color, so that we can see the difference. So I'm going to change this one to red. Just save this, and let me remove this. And as we have observed, the size of this one is quite small, so we have to maximize the size of this one, and just save this. Move back over here, just drag and drop on this one. Okay, sorry, start this. Okay, so we have some error over here. Let me resolve that. Okay, so what is the error? Does not exist. Okay, let me drag and drop it. Now start this. Okay, so it's still not on the right position. So what we have to do is we have to delete this one and just drag and drop it once again, and now the color is changed. Now we can see the difference. Just log in and click on this, and here we'll find this one fits in the bottom but not on the right side. So let me maximize this little bit. So we have to maximize this one like this, and we have to maximize this one. Now start this, and let's see if that perfectly fits or not. Okay, so this doesn't work like that. So what we have to do is we have to delete it from the dashboard, and we have to add this one once again. and now we have to start this once again. Okay, so it's fit in the below but not on the right side. So what we have to do is we have to change one property. So just click on this and change this one to like this. Change the anchor from top left to right and bottom as well. Now start this and let's see if this works or not. Okay, so this one doesn't work, so we have to do more changes with that. So let me revert this one, change this one to top left for now. And after this, what we have to do is we have to actually move back to our designing part of this user control customer checkout. So this is a little bit complicated, but not that much. Okay, so I'm decreasing the size from the below, and after this I'm going to increase the size, this one from right side, like this, and save this. I'm going to again delete this and add this once again, and start this. Okay, so it's causing a little bit of problem. We have to add few stuff. Move back over here, just click on this, and what we have to do is we have to change few properties of this one from auto size false to true, and start this. Okay, it's still not working, so let me check that out. So we are facing issue while we are adjusting this stuff. So what I will do is I will move back to the previous user control, that is UC customer registration, and move back over here, and I'm going to copy the size of this one and move back over here into the customer checkout. Just right click and go to properties, and I'm going to paste this one and hit enter. Now after this, what we have to do is we have to start this and just close this and move back to dashboard. Just delete this one and we have to reassign this one. Just drag and drop it and move back over here like this, and start this and move back to login checkout, and here you can see this. Now this is on the perfect shape. Okay, so this is working fine. So now what we have to do is we have to change the color of this one to white, and we have to add the controls over it. Okay, so now I'm going to do that. So just close this, move back over here, and let me just change the background color of this one. Just go to properties, change the back color from red to white, and after this what we have to do is we have to add controls on this one. So I'm going to copy this one for now, and I'm going to paste it over here and change the text for this one to customer checkout. Hit enter. And after this what we have to do is we have to add few labels. I'm going to drag and drop labels. Just drag and drop it over here. Change this one to name. We have to increase the font of this one, so let me copy the size of this. This one is, so I have clicked on this, Century, Gotham, Regular, and 11. If you don't find this font, so you can use any other font, whichever you like. Okay, so move back over here, just go to font, just click on this, and you have to write this one regular, and size is 11, and hit OK. And after this we need a text box, so I'm going to use the Tuna 2 text box. So drag and drop it over here, and here what we have to do is we have to just make this one large and change few properties. That is, first thing I'm going to change is placeholder text. Change this one to enter full name, And here you can see this, we have placeholder text, and after this what we have to do is we have to increase the font of this one. So just go to font, click on this, we have to change this one to 11. Okay, so size of this text box is also changed, so we have to decrease the size. And after this we have to change the style of this one. So let me change the border style from solid to, okay, so not the border style, actually we have to change the, let me check what we have to change. So we have to change the style, so default to material, and when you change this one, the border, three side border has been removed now. After this we have to add few more stuff. That is, first thing I'm going to add the data grid view. So data grid view, so I'm going to use this Guna to data grid view, just drag and drop it. And after this what we have to do is we have to increase the size of this one like this. And after this we have to change one properties of this one, so border style from none to fixed 3D, or you can change this one to fixed single. So fixed single is not looking that much nice, so I'm going to change this one to fixed 3D. And when you start this, and let's see if these items are added into our user control or not. So let me just log in this and check out, and here you can see this, now the stuff is added, but we have one issue, that we have changed the color of this one to white, but it's still showing red. Why this? This is because we have not deleted the user control from here, and we have not added this one once again. So what we have to do is I have just deleted the user control, and now what I'm going to do is I'm going to just drag and drop this one, and here you can observe that now the color is white. So now start this and let's see the difference. Now I'm going to log in, just move to checkout, and here you can see this, now we have the stuff, but we have this, the front, this one below on this side. So why this is because we haven't added the all controls. So now I'm going to add the all stuff for now. So move back to our user control over here, and after this what we have to do is we have to stretch this one like this, and after this what we have to do is we have to add few more stuff. So I'm going to just copy this too and paste it over here. Just drag and drop it, copy this once again and paste it once again, and we need one more. So, and after this what we have to do is we have to delete the third one, and I need one date time picker. So I'm going to use this one, just drag and drop it, and after this I need one button as well. So I'm going to add one button over here. So button, so I'm going to use Guna 2 button, just drag and drop it over here like this. And after this let me just start this and check now how this look like. Check out, and here you can observe we have all the stuff in the place and it's looking nice. Okay, so now what we have to do is we have to change few properties of these buttons and these date time picker so that these look nice. So first thing what we have to do is we have to actually change the text of these labels. Okay, and text of these buttons, just click on this, change the text from name, leave it as name, and the second one change this one to room number, this one to checkout date, and change one properties of this one from format long to change this one to short. Now we have the time only, sorry, date only. And after this finally we have this button, so I'm going to change this one to checkout. And after this what we have to do is we have to change the border style. So let me select that border style from solid to dash dot and change this one to 1. Change the fill color to white and for color to black like this, and change this one to 11. Hit OK. Okay, sorry, let me just change this one to bold actually, and hit OK. And after this, here you can observe we don't have the border for now, so let me do that. Border radius, sorry, border thickness, change this one to 1, and we have the dashed. And after this, what I have to do is we have to change the border radius to 30. Okay, so now this one is looking better. And after this, what we have to change is we have to change the hover state. So change this one to fill color, border color. Okay, so I don't want to change the border color. I want to change the fill color and for colors. So let me copy the fill color from the previous one. So this button, click on this. Okay, so hover state. Okay, so we don't have any hover state. Okay, so let me set that. Fill color will be 0,22. Okay, wait for a second. So I'm going to change hover state, so let me select that. And here what we have to do is we have to set the fill color to this one 0,118,221 and change the for color to white. And now save this. And after this, what we have to do is we have to change the button mode or button, yeah, actually button mode. So change this one from default mode to toggle button. Now start this and let's see how this look like. Login, check out, and when you click on this, the color is changed. When I click on again, the color is changed. However, the status. Okay, so now this one is looking nice. So that's it for this video, guys. Next video, I'm going to show you how to backend code for this customer checkout user control. So I hope you enjoyed coding and designing with me. So please subscribe and hit the bell icon. And if you need the source code, just then contact me on Instagram. Thanks for watching. Hello everyone, welcome to my YouTube channel. In previous video, I have already shown you how to design this user control, that is customer checkout. So if you have not watched my previous video, then just go to the description where I put the link for my previous video. You can simply do one thing, just click on the suggestion on the right side of the screen. In this video, I'm going to show you how to backend code for this user control, that is customer checkout. Okay, so let me close this application for now. So I have closed this, and after this what we have to do is, first thing, we have to change the design name for these all controls. So first thing, this one, so right click on this. Okay, sorry, this is the dashboard, so we can't do anything in over here, so we have to move back to the user control, that is you see customer checkout. So this is the coding part, so let me close that. So here we have this one. So here what we have to do is, first we have to change the design name of this one. So right click and go to properties and select this, and here you will find that name is Guna2. We maximize this stuff, and we have to change this one to txt name, and we have few more. So I'm going to change this one to, so txt name, sorry, c name, and this one to txt room number, txt room, and this one to txt check out date. And we don't need to change the data grid view name because we have only one data grid view. Okay, so we have to change the placeholder text for this one. So room number, and after this we have one button, so click on this, btn checkout. So first thing what we need is, when this form loads, when this user control load, this data grid view needs to be filled with the data. For that, what we have to do is we have to actually generate a user control load event for that. So just double click on the empty space and it will generate a user control load event. So double click on this and here you will find UC customer checkout load event is now generated. So first thing what we have to do is we have to create a object for the function class. So in previous video I have shown you what I have done in this function class, which methods I have in this function class. So if you have not watched my previous video, just go to description and check out my previous videos. So string, and I'm going to take one variable that is of a string type and I'm going to name this one query, and now move back over here. So first thing what we have to do is we have to write the query. So which data we want. So actually we don't need only customer details. Here you can see this. In the customer table we have only these details. But what I want is I want to load the customer detail, and with the help of room ID or with the help of room number, with the help of room ID I want to also load the details of room. So for that what we have to do is we have to actually use the foreign key. And here you can see this in the room table. This is the query which we have used to create the room table. So in the room table the room ID is the primary key, and here in the customer you can observe that this one is what primary key. In the customer table we have same, that is room ID of int type not null, and we have created this room ID as a foreign key and reference to rooms table rooms and which column, that is room ID. So here it's clearly mentioned that room ID is foreign key. So with the help of this key we can actually make a connection with these two tables and we can fetch the data from both the tables and show in the data grid view. So for that I'm going to write a SQL query. Okay, so move back to our project on which we are working. We are working on hotel management videos. So here we have to write the query. So I'm going to actually, I have written a query in the text file because that's a quite large query. I'm going to explain you, not to worry. I'm going to copy this one for now. Okay. So this one is quite long. Okay. So I'm going to copy this, move back over here, and I'm going to paste it. So let me explain you this. So first, let me move back over here. So here what I have written is select customer.cid. So from, let me move back to this database, and here what we have to do is we have this table name customer, and I have written, let me just put it this way. Okay, so what I have written over here is customer.cid. It means that from this customer table I need the CID. So we have now, in the same way we have customer.cname, so we have this customer.mobile, we have this. So when we are using this foreign key, so we can't use star, so we have to actually mention each column. Whatever we need we have to mention in this way, table name, and after that which column you want. So here you can see this, we have customer dot customer dot customer dot customer dot. In the same way we need all the data. So let me minimize this. So let me show you that customer dot gender. You can pause the video and just write this. Let me maximize this so that you can see clearly. So I'm going to maximize this. Select customer dot CID, and after this we have customer dot mobile. After this customer dot nationality, customer dot gender, customer dot TOB, customer dot ID proof, customer dot address. These, if you feel like this is a spelling mistake, it's not a spelling mistake. Actually I have written that address, ADDRES, as a column name in the customer table. That's why I have written in this way. So till here you can observe customer dot check-in is finished. After this we have rooms dot room number. Why this is rooms dot room number? Because from the rooms table we want the room number, that is the column room number. In the same way rooms dot room type, that is the room type. Rooms dot bed, you can pause the video and just write rooms dot bed, and finally we have rooms dot price, and we need all this data. So now the fetching of data is done till here. So from which table? So we need from customer table. From which table? From customer table inner join rooms. So I am using join over here. So customer inner join rooms. So customer is the first table, that is customer. In the customer table, we have the primary key and the foreign key room ID. Okay. So customer inner join means whatever data match from the first table and the second table will be shown only. So inner join rooms on means on which particular column. So in both the tables I have already shown you which column is common, that is room ID. Let me show you. Okay, so here we go. So this is actually here you can observe in the rooms table, this is the room table, and in this we have this room ID as a primary key. In the customer table we have only one common stuff, that is room ID, and I have made this one foreign key. Okay, so here you can observe what I have written is customer ID dot room ID is equal to rooms dot room ID, where checkout is equal to no. Where checkout is equal to no, it means that only those customer can check out which are already in the hotel. If the customer who's already leave our hotel, then why we have to check out those? Okay, so here is a condition that checkout is equal to no. So let me exit this and let me show you. By default this checkout is no. Okay, so when we check out, here you can see this no. It means that checkout date is null and checkout is no. So if we check out, then this no will be converted into updated into yes. Okay. So I hope you understand the query. And after this, what we have to do is we have to actually use this query. So how to use this query? So we need to actually call the method fn dot get data, and in this we have to pass the query. And here you can see this, the get data method actually expecting one argument that is of a string type. So I'm going to pass the query. But here we have one small issue. In this function class, in this get data, this get data method is going to return data set. Let me show you. Let me open the function class. So if you feel like lost, then please watch my previous video. In previous video I've already explained how these get data, set data method work and how to create these all stuff. Okay, so you can see this get data method actually going to return ds, that is of data set. Okay, so what we have to do is we have called the method, that's fine, but it's going to return a data set, but we haven't stored that data into any of the stuff. So in which stuff we are going to save that data? It's going to return a data set object. So we have to create a data set variable. So I've created a data set variable ds and is equal to, now whatever it's going to return is going to save inside this data set. Now we have the data. So now what we have to do is we have to actually show that data into the data grid view. So our data grid view name is Guna2 data grid view 1 because I haven't changed the name of that. So dot data source is equal to ts dot tables, and we have to save 0 like this. And now let's check. Now our task till here is done. Now I have started the project. Let me just log in and let me click on this. And when I click on checkout, here you can see this. Now we have all the data. Okay, so AC room number is also available over here, and the price, all the stuff, whatever we want is now visible over here. So next thing what I want is I want to search the stuff. When I write something inside this, I want to search for that text. Okay, so let me close this and let me move back to our the design part. So let me close this function and as well as close this dashboard. So move back over here. So I don't need this for now. So close this, move back over here. So we have to code for this text change event for this text box. Just click on this, move back over here in the events, text change, just double click on this and this will generate a click event. And here again what we have to do is we have to write the query. So again I'm going to copy the query from my notepad. Okay, so I have copied and move back over here. So actually a small change is over here. So what I have done over here is The query till here is same from the previous one. You can just copy and paste it from your previous one till over here. Here you can see this inner join and everything is same. Let me match this by just scrolling this. Here you can observe customer DOB, customer ID proof, customer address is same, check-in, rooms, room type, bed, room price, everything is same, everything is same, everything is same till over here. After the where, we have a small change. So you have to copy this much of stuff from the previous if you have written this. After this, what we have to do is we have to write CNAME, that is the customer name. Let me show you. Here we have the query which we have executed while creating a customer table, and in the customer table you can observe the customer name column is named as CNAME. Here you can see this CNAME. Okay, so that's why I have written CNAME over here. So where CNAME like is used to identify the type of characters. If I write yes, then all the names followed by yes will be visible. Okay, so like and whatever the text inside that text box. So here you can see this is the concatenation. This is concatenation. And before explaining concatenation, let me explain why this percentage is over here. So percentage is because whatever we write in the text box, like I write yes, and if I write percent, it means that in the database it will feel like all the names, all this string starting with yes and followed by anything, this anything is covered with the help of this percentage. Okay, so if any name was like SAURA Saurav or like something, let me suggest one name with yes. Okay, so Shubham, anything will be covered. If I write A, if SA percent, it means that this will not cover Shubham. It will follow like SA and after that percent. All the names starting with SA will be covered with the help of this. So let me remove this stuff. I hope you understand this. After this, concatenation means adding the string with this stuff. Okay, so it's a dynamically added text inside this. Txt name dot text it means that this is the text box, and from this text box name is txt name. From this text box, what we need is we need text. So txt name dot text and plus plus to use to concatenate, and single quotes and double quotes. Single quotes is extra in the case of string. If anything like integer is going to be extracted from the text box, so we need to exclude this single quotes from the both the side, but we need string over here, so we have to add the single quote. Okay, and checkout is equal to no. We have to apply this condition too. Checkout is equal to no. It means that we have to only show all those record of the customer still in the hotel. Okay, so I hope you understand this. Now our query is ready. After this, what we have to do is we have to actually do the same stuff as in this one. So we have to actually create a object of this, create a variable of this, and after this call the method get data, and we have to write the query, pass the query inside this, and guna to data grid view dot data source is equal to ds dot tables 0. Now start this, and let's see if this search button actually works or not. So I'm going to click on this checkout, and I'm going to write Kumar. Here you can see this. Now it's working. JAY. Yeah, this one is perfectly working. Okay, so now this works. After this, what I want is when I click on this row or this one, I want to fill the data inside these two stuff. Okay, so how to do that? For that, just close these stuff, and after this, what we have to do is we have to generate a click event for the data grid view. Okay, so click on this, select this, and after this we have to select the cell content. Click this one, just double click on this, and this will generate a cell click event. Okay, so before that I'm going to take a variable, so int id, and inside this what we have to do is if we have to write guna2 data grid view dot rows, and inside this e dot row index, and after this we have to write cells. This is going to actually extract, this is going to check that the cell on which you clicked is not empty. E dot column index dot values is not equal null, and within this method what we have to do, here you can see this, now our error has been resolved. And after this I want to extract the ID. So ID is the variable which I have taken so that I can use this on the other place as well, the ID of that row. So ID is equal to, and this ID is going to be in the integer format. So let me just start this and let me show you that ID is in integer format or not. So check out here, you can see this one is 3 and 5. This is an integer type, that's why I have taken the variable ID as integer type. Okay, so let me close this, let me uncomment this and ID, and what we have to do is we have to convert this stuff into the integer format. So for that, int dot parse method is used to convert the integer format to other format, sorry, string format to int type or long and whatever you need, and within this we have to write this stuff. So guna2 dot rows e dot row index dot cells 0 dot value dot to string. So this stuff is used to actually, from the guna2, this is a data grid window, data grid view name, that is the design name, row, which row we want, that e dot row index. So whatever we click that row index, and from that row which column, which cell we need. So 0 cell, it means that 0th column. So let me add a breakpoint over here and let's see what happened when I click on a row. So I am going to start this. Let me log in, click on this, and you can see that this is the 0th column. So this, when we move down, the row change, not the column. So column will remain 0. So when I click on this, we move. Okay, so what happened? Okay, so here you can see this, we move to the breakpoint over here, and let me see what actually this ID contains. So when I hover on this, you will find it contains 5. How this is possible? Because we have clicked on that row and we have selected the cell 0. If we select 1, then let me just continue this. If we select 1, then this j will be selected. Okay, so let me close this. I hope you understand. In the same way, we have to extract few more values, that is the cname and the room, which we have to set to these two text boxes. When I click on the row, we want to set the two text boxes below there. So txt cname, we have set the name for the text box, name text box in the below. So this text box name is txt cname. Okay, and in this we have to set the text, so is equal to, and what we need is guna2 dot rows, and in this e dot row index dot cells, we need cell 1 because we need the name, dot values dot to string. That's it. And after this we need txt room dot text is equal to guna 2 data grid view 1 dot rows e dot row index dot cells, and in this which cell we need is, okay, so let me just comment this and let me count this, which cell we need. So we need actually the room number. So I want to extract that from this one. So this one is 0 and this one 1. So from the 1, let me just click on this. Here you can see this. Now Kumar is set over here. When I click on this, Jay is set over here. So now the name is being set properly. So we need the room number. So let me count this: 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and 9. So we need to extract the value 9. Okay. So let me uncomment this, and we have to extract the value of 9 dot value dot to string. Okay. So after this, what we have to do is we have to actually change few properties of these text boxes. So first thing, I want that the text of these text boxes needs to be in the black color. So I have selected all 3 text boxes. Just move back over here, go to properties. Let me extract this. Sorry. Let me maximize this and change the back color. Sorry, for color. So for color, just select this and select black. Okay, now this one is good. After this, what we have to do is we have to change few properties of these 2 text boxes. So I have unselected the top one. Right click and go to properties. We don't need to write anything inside these 2 text boxes. What we need to do is we need to actually make these text boxes read only. So for that, you have to select read only, false, and change this one to true. It means that you cannot add anything inside this one. Whenever you select the row from this data grid view, the data is automatically added inside this one. We don't need to manually write anything inside this one. Okay. After this, you can observe one small stuff while I have coding few minutes before, that when I click on the row, that row is being edited. So we have to change that stuff. Okay, so how to do that? For that, we have to just right click and go to properties, and there we have to change one property. What is that? Cell editable. So we have to change that property. Cell content. Let me search for that. Okay. Edit mode. Here you can see this in edit mode. Edit on keystroke. So we have to change this one and select this edit programmatically. Now let me start this and let me log in, and after this move back over here, and here you can see this, we cannot write anything. I'm pressing the keys in my keyboard but I cannot write anything, and now I can find that whatever I write is in black color, and when I click on this, now this one is also in the black color, but we cannot edit this one. Here you can see this, when I click on this, nothing happens. No editing is done over here as we have done previously. Okay, so this one is working fine. After this, what I want is we have to actually code for the allot button. So how to do that? So move back over here and double click on this, and this will generate a quick event for the btn checkout. And here, first thing what we have to do is we have to actually check that if any row is selected or not. How to do that? If any row is selected or not. So just play a small trick. So let me start this. Let me show you how we are going to check that if any row is selected or not. Okay. Suppose some user actually someone is working on this software, and suppose he or she have not clicked on any of these rows and try to check out. So what will happen? This is not a feasible style to do this stuff. Okay. So what we have to do is we have to check that if this text box is empty, then we have to show a message that no customer selected. How this will work? Here you can see this. We cannot write manually inside this one. Whenever we select one user, then only this text box is going to be filled. So this checkout will work only when this text box is filled. It means that not empty. We have to check for this text box if this txt box is not empty. Okay, so first thing, let me move back to the coding part, and here first thing what we have to do is we have to check the text box txt and that text box name is txt cname dot text is not equal to null, and if this is null, in the else condition we have to set message box dot show, and in this we have to set no customer selected and change the name of this message box to message, and this message box name needs to be, actually it contains a button, so I'm going to name this button OK, and message box icon needs to be information. So now let's see if this works or not. Now we started this, login, checkout, and here you can see this, I have not selected any of these stuff, and when I click on this, no customer selected. Okay, so this one is working very fine. So now I'm going to select this one, and you will find that when I click on this, nothing happens. It means that it goes inside the if block, and in the if block for now I haven't coded anything inside this if block. Okay, so after this, what I want is whenever user click on this, if the customer is selected, what I want is I want that this needs to be asked that user, are you sure you want to check out for that? So for that I'm going to write one more if block for that. In this if block is going to ask the user that are you sure you want to check out. Okay, so message box dot show, and inside this what we have to write is, are you sure, and the message box needs to be named, so I'm going to name this one confirmation, and this message box needs to have some buttons, so OK and cancel. I'm going to keep two buttons, that is OK and cancel. Message box icon needs to have something, so icon dot warning, and how we have to check that if user clicked on OK. If user click on OK, then only you want to enter inside the if condition, and if user cancel, nothing will happen. So is equal to, and we have to write dialog result dot OK. It means that if user click on OK, then only we go inside this if block. Okay, so let me show you if this one works or not. So let me start this. If you go inside the if block, it should ask for the confirmation. Okay, so back over here, and you can see this, when I click on this, no customer selected. After selecting one customer, are you sure you want to see, are you sure? So if I cancel, nothing happens. If I click on OK, we go inside that if block. Okay, after this what we have to do is we have to actually perform the checkout operation. So what we have to do is we have to actually extract the checkout date from that string cdate, that is the checkout date, is equal to txt checkout date dot text. We have to extract the text, the date, from this date time picker, this one. After this what we have to do is we have to write a query. So I'm going to write one query for that. Okay, so when user want to check out, what we have to do is we have to actually update the table. Which table we have to update? That is the customer table, and in this we have to set checkout, that is the column name checkout, is equal to from no to yes. Okay, so let me convert this one to yes, and after this what we have to do is it's a string, that's why I have used the single quotes with that. Checkout date, so checkout we have to set the date for that, so we have to concatenate that. It's a string type, so cdate. Checkout is actually the column name in the database. Here you can see this checkout, this is the column name. So move back over here, and here you can observe we have written that. And with the update query we have to actually choose the where condition. So I'm going to use this where cid is equal to, where the customer ID is equal to, and I have already told you that I have take the ID from here and I have made this one on the outside of this scope so that I can use it somewhere else. So I'm going to use this one over here. So where CID ID, and after this what we have to do is we have to make few more changes into the room as well. So what changes we have to make? Whenever a customer, whenever a room is allotted to a customer, that room booked status is from changed from no to yes. So we have, whenever a user check out, we have to change the status of the room from no to yes. Okay, it means that no, actually booked status will be yes when the customer is in the hotel. Whenever you check out, the customer, the room booked status needs to be no, change to no. Okay, so here you can see this. After the query, we have to write one more line, one more query, that is update rooms set booked is equal to no. It's a string type, that's why I have used single quotes, where room number is equal to, and we have to take the room number from which text box, that is txt room dot text. That's it. Now our query is ready. After this what we have to do is we have to file this query. So this time we have to call the method that is set data. This set data is not going to return anything, so I'm going to directly use this one. And this set data actually expect two arguments of a string type. First is a query and second is a message, whatever message you want to show the user after the execution of this method. So first thing, we need to pass the query. So I have already written the query, and after this we have to pass the method, sorry, pass the message. So I'm going to pass the message checkout successfully. Okay, after this what I want is, after the completion of this, I want to reload the form, reload the user control. So how to do that? For that, uc underscore customer checkout, and you have to write this one load, and in this we have to pass two stuff, that is this, which user control, this one, and we have to pass the second stuff, that is null. Whenever you write this, this will actually reload the stuff. And after this what we have to do is we have to actually do one small stuff, that is whenever the user checkout is done, we need to actually clear all the text fields. So for that we have to create one method to clear all the text fields. Okay, so let me create a table. So create a method public void clear all. I'm going to name this method clear all, and in this I'm going to need actually clear the txt cname dot clear, txt name dot clear, txt room dot clear, and finally we have txt checkout date dot reset text, and this will set the two-way text. Now our method is ready. Now finally what we have to do is, after this reload, we want to actually clear all the fields. So I'm going to call this method clear all. And one more stuff, what I need is, whenever we leave this user control, suppose start this. Okay, let me show you. When I click on this, I have selected this or written something inside this one. So here you can see this, all the text inside these text boxes are over here. When I leave this and when I move back over here, you can find is still those same data over here. So this is not looking that much nice. What I want is, when I leave this checkout, this user control, the data from these all text boxes needs to be cleared. So how to do that? For that, what we have to do is we have to move back over here. Just click on the empty space, click on this, and what we have to do is we have to generate a leave event. So just double click on this, and after this, in the leave event, I want to call this method clear all. Now start this. log in, click on this, select this, and when I leave this and move back over here, you can see this, all the text fields are now cleared and this one is looking nice. Now what we have to do is I want to actually check out one customer. So for that I'm going to add one customer for now. So let me select the room. So booked status is yes. So I'm going to add a user new customer to 201. So I'm going to name something ABC, while number Indian, gender male. I'm not going to change the dates for now. ID proof something like this. Address Patna, India. Bed, okay, single. Room type AC. Okay, so 303 is over here. So I have allotted the room, successfully allotted, and after clicking on OK, all the coding I have already shown you. So if you have not watched my previous video, just go to the description. There I put the link for all my previous video. You can just watch. Move back to checkout, and here we have to search for ABC. Here we have ABC. We have the details for ABC. Just click on this, and here we have ABC. Now I want to check out for this one. So just like this, click on checkout. Are you sure you want to do OK? Okay, so we ran into some exception. So what is the exception? System data dot SQL client exception. So okay, so we have written some wrong in the query, so we have to resolve that. Let me do that. So first thing what we have to do is update customer set checkout is equal to yes, comma, checkout C date where CID is this, plus update room set booked is equal to now, where room number is equal to txt room dot text. Okay, everything is fine. So let me check that which error I have done. Okay, let me try execute this one for once again. Actually, I have done one small mistake. That is what I have written the name of this table, that is customer, customer, and wrong over here. So we have to make that right. So customer, sorry, I have written the spelling of this checkout wrong. Let me show you. CHECK out, and not this one. We have to actually write for this one, CHEK out. So I have to write that CHECK out. I'm going to remove this CHEK out. So now I'm going to start this, and I'm going to check out for the ABC, the customer which we have added. And we have added that customer into the room number 303. So the status of 303 is booked yes. So I'm going to move back to the checkout. And I'm going to select the ABC. Now I have selected this. Okay, so let me close this and start this once again. Okay, let me log in, check out, click on ABC. Here you can see this now data is added. Check out, OK, checkout successful. When I click on OK, everything is now cleared and the record for ABC is now removed. Okay, so I hope you enjoyed coding with me, and if you really like, then please hit the like button of this video and subscribe and share with your friends. That's it for this video. And the next video I'm going to show you how to code for this, actually how to design the customer detail and how to back end code for this. So please subscribe and hit the like and hit the bell button, and please share. Thanks for watching. Hello everyone, welcome to my YouTube channel. In previous video, I have already shown you how to backend code for this user control, that is customer checkout. So if you have not watched my previous video, then just go to the description there. I put the link for my previous video, or you can simply do one thing, just click on the suggestion on the right side of the screen. Okay, so in this video I'm going to show you how to design this customer details and how to backend code for this. Here you can see this. When I click on the all customer detail, all the customer detail is visible. Either they left our hotel or they are still in our hotel, all the details are visible. Here you can see this: in hotel customer, checked out customer. In the same way we can design this. Okay, so without wasting time, let's start with that. So this is our complete project. That's why I'm going to close this, and the project on which we are working is nothing but hotel management video. So I'm going to open this, and here you can see this. In the last video I have already completed the backend code for this customer checkout. Let me start this and show you the progress. Here you can see this. We are done till here, so we have to code for this one, checkout details. So first thing what we have to do is we have to actually add a user control. For that, just go to Solution Explorer, right click on the folder, click on Add, New Item, and you have to select user control. Change the name. I'm going to name this one customer detail, and click on Add. This will add a user control. So I'm going to copy the size. Let me close this one. I want to copy the size of user control from this one. So just click on this and move back over here, and I'm going to copy this. Move back over here, right click, go to properties, change the size. Adjust this according to your system, not mine. Okay. So if this will work for your system, then that's perfectly fine. Otherwise, adjust this according to your system. Okay. So first thing what I'm going to do is I'm going to actually change the background color so that we can see how much it adapts. So click on this, and I'm going to select some color like this. I'm going to select this for now, save this, and I'm going to start this. Okay. So we don't need to actually log in for now. What I'm going to do is, let me close this. First thing what we have to do is we have to add this Guna to ellipse. Just drag and drop it. If you are a new user or subscriber on my YouTube channel, and if you are worried about what is this Guna to ellipse one, so don't worry. This is a simple stuff. You have to just watch my previous videos so that you get to understand how I have added all the Guna tools inside this toolbox. And I've already added the DLL file link in the description and how to add the DLL file into this toolbox. Okay, so just click on this, change this one to 30, hit enter, copy this, move back to the dashboard, paste it over here, click on this, select this target control to dashboard, this one, and leave the size to 30 and save this. And here you can observe in the toolbox, let me move back to the top. Here you can see this customer detail is now available. So what we have to do is we have to actually just drag and drop it over here. Here you can see this, and put this one on the proper position. Okay, like this. Okay, now start this. Log in, and here you can see, okay, so that's on the proper position. Okay, so what we have to do is we have to actually connect this user control with this button. So just click on this button and just double click on this to generate a click event that is already generated. And after this, what we have to do is we have to actually write one line of code, that is UC underscore, okay, sorry, customer detail is not available for now. Here you can see this, when I write UC underscore and press this CTRL and space, but here you can see this one, that is the customer details one, is not available. Why? This is because we haven't started the code yet. When we start this, and just stop this, so I'm going to start this. Okay, so it's showing an error, so move back over here, let me comment this. Okay, now start this, and you don't have to do anything, just close this. And after this you will find that, let me uncomment this, and Now let me press ctrl and space, and you will find customer. Okay, sorry, I have directly written this one customer details. That's why dot visible is equal to true, and after this what we have to do is customer detail dot bring to front. We have to write this. Okay, so in previous all the user control I have mentioned UC underscore, that's why the name is UC underscore like this. In this customer detail I just forgot to add this UC. That doesn't make any sense. Okay, sorry, that doesn't make any difference. Okay, the code will perfectly fine, run fine. Okay, so now I'm going to start this, and now I'm going to log in. When I click on this, you will find everything is perfectly fine. Okay, so now the size is perfect. So now what we have to do is, let me just move this one a little bit right side so that both get stuck on the same place. Okay, so we don't need this dashboard shears now. So first thing what I'm going to do is I'm going to change the color for this one to white. So let me maximize this. Back color, change this one to white. Save this. And after this what we have to do is we have to just delete this and start. Okay, just double click and we have to comment these two. Start this so that color change is done properly. Okay, so I'm going to close this, and after this move to dashboard. Just drag and drop this customer detail. So you can see this. Now this one is in white color. Put this on the proper position. Okay, like this. Save this. Move over here and here. Just click on this. Okay, so everything is fine. Now start this and close this. Okay. After this what we have to do is we have to just remove the commented part. So I have commented these two. So now we have already added these customer detail 1. Okay, so now this will work fine. And after this what we have to do is now our user control is fit inside that. And after this what we have to do is, let me minimize this like this. Okay, after this what we have to do is we have to add one label. So I'm going to copy this one and paste it over here. I'm going to change the name of this one to customer details. After this what we have to do is we have to actually add one label. Just drag and drop it. Change the name of this label to search by, and we have to add one combo box. So I'm going to use this Guna2 combo box and drag and drop it over here. I'm going to maximize this like this, and let me actually increase the font size for this one so that this one look nice. Font, just click on this. And hit OK, and select this and change the font color to black actually. Okay, after this what we have to do is we have to add one Guna2 data grid view. Just drag and drop this, and after this just maximize this to fit the screen and change the style of this one, border style actually. Change this one to fixed single like this. We have to stretch this till the end, and let's see if this fit into the screen or not. Now start this. Log in. I'm going to click on this. Okay, so data view is not added or not visible, so just click on this and change the border style for now fixed single to fixed 3D. Okay, so now this one is looking better than before. Now save this and now start this. Okay, so now here you can observe it's fit on the screen and everything is working fine. Now one thing is still remaining, that we have to fit this one on the proper position. This is not on the proper position. We have to move this one a little bit right, and we have to remove the border of this combo box. So let me do that. Like this. Okay, so this one is on the better position, and after this what we have to do is we have to actually remove the border of this one. So click on this border style, change this one to not the border style actually. Okay, let me select style, change the style to default to material, and here you can observe the 3-side combo box is actually removed. After this what we have to do is we have to set the font for this label. So I'm going to copy the label font from this one, actually Century, this one. I'm using this one, so I'm going to just copy this, move back over here, click on this and just paste it regular, and I'm going to use 11, and now this one looking better. After this what we have to do is, now everything is ready. Let me start this and let's see if this combo box and label is on the proper position or not. So I'm going to log in. Okay, so this one is on the proper position. Now what we have to do is we have to set the combo box items. Okay, I'm going to set that. Okay, so click on this item, and after this what I have to do is I'm going to set 3 stuff. That is, first is all customer details. When we select this, all customer details will be visible, either they checked out or in the hotel, in hotel customers, or checked checkout customer. And when I click on OK, all these 3 items are now added into this combo box. After this what we have to do is we have to actually code for that combo box. When we select that one combo box, what we have to do is we have to actually fill the data inside this data grid view. Okay, so first thing what we have to do is we have to actually change the name of this combo box. So I'm going to change this one to txt search by and hit enter. Now the design name for this combo box is now changed, and after this what we have to do is we have to actually go to the right click and go to properties, and after this click on this events, and here we have to actually select the selected index change. This one, just double click on this and this will generate a txt search by selected index change event is now generated. Here what we have to do is we have to actually check that when we have to code actually. Okay, so we can move this one. Here you can observe I have added 3 items. Okay, so these are actually, we can access this by the index values, index number. So this one is 0, this one is 1, and this one is 2. So we can access these values as with the help of index. Okay, so what I'm going to do is, if txt search by dot selected index is equal to 0, it means that all customer details, it means that all the customer who left needs to be visible. And after this what we have to do is we have to actually write one stock, that is we have to create a function class object. Function is equal to new function. In previous video I have already explained, if you are new, that what I have actually written the method inside the function class. So I'm going to write take a variable of a string type, that is query, After this, what I have to do is I have to write a query over here. Okay, so first I'm going to write a query which is going to be fired on the database to execute, actually to fetch the data which I need. What I need is all customer details. So I need all customer details. So I'm going to write select customer.cid, because in previously I have already shown you. Let me just open that. Where this one? This one. Okay, right. In this one, I have shown you that when I fetch the data into the data grid view, this one, I have actually fetched the room types with the help of room number. I have fetched the room type, room bed type. All the details are visible inside this data grid view. In the same way, I have to do over here. So let me actually, I have already written the query into the notepad. So I'm going to copy that. So I'm going to copy this first copy, and I'm going to minimize this. I'm going to paste this one over here. Let me explain the query. Don't worry, I'm going to explain you everything. Let me zoom a little bit. Select customer ID, customer.cid. This is the column name. So if you have watched my previous video, then you know that CID is the column name and the customer table. Customer is the table name. Okay, so I have actually used a join. That's why we have to fetch the data with the help of customer.cid. We have to mention the column names which we need with the help of table name, then column name which we need, table name, and again the column name. In the same way I have did, just pause the video and write like this. From the customer table I need CID, I need CNAME, I need mobile number, nationality, gender. After this I need DOB, ID proof, address, check-in, customer checkout. Okay, sorry, customer checkout, and after checkout I need customer checkout, and finally after customer checkout I need room details. Okay, so from the room table I need room number, from rooms I need room type, bed, price, and here the query ends for the actually whatever we need. After this the join operation is performed. From customer table, this is a table name, and I have used the inner join. It means that this will fetch only those data which are common in both the tables, from the customer and room table. Okay, so customer inner join rooms on customer dot room id and rooms dot room id. So I have created room ID as a foreign key in the customer table. So that's why I'm using this like this. If you don't know how I'm using this, so what you have to do is you have to just open the Google. As you know that Google is a place where you can find anything. So you have to search for how to actually write SQL query inner join, and you will find W3 on the W3 school. You will find the same thing, and you have to just read few lines and you will understand this. And if you still can't able to understand, then you can contact me on Instagram. Just follow over there, search for btechdays, and I will support you. Just text me, I will text you back. Okay, so now I hope you have just paused the video and you have written this query. After this, what we have to do is we have to actually fire this query into the database. Okay, so what we have to do is we have to write fn dot get data, because we need some data. When we fire this query, we will need some data. So when you write this get data, this is a method which I have created, which I have written the method inside this function class. Okay, inside this function class I have written a method in get data. In this get data actually accept one argument of string type. So I'm passing the string query. Here you can see this string type query, passing this inside this one, and this get data method actually return something in the data set format. So that's why I have to store that data set into a data set object, data set ds is equals like this. Okay, we have to store that, and finally what we have to do is we have to actually show this data into the data grid view. So Guna2, I have changed the data grid view name, so Guna2 data grid view. So just click on this and you will see the name is Guna2 data grid view. You can change this name, and after this what we have to mention over here is data source is equals ds dot tables 0. Okay, so let me show this function class for now so that you get clear. Here we have the function class, and function class I have written the method get data. Let me show you get data, this one. I hope this one is clearly visible. So in the from the get connection, I'm getting the connection for the database. Here you can see this. In previous video I've explained each of these lines very clearly, so you have to watch my previous video to understand all these stuff. So get data, here you can see this is a return type data set, and this is going to return a data set. Whatever query we are passing in is now going to fire over here. Here you can see this, and the data which is being fetched is stored in this data set, and this data set is being returned. Here you can see this over here. Now let me start this and let's see if this data grid view is filled with the data or not when we select the first, that is the select index 0. Okay, so now log in, click on this, and I'm going to select the first. Here you can see this, all the data for all customers is visible. Now what we have to do is we have to code for this one in customer, in hotel customer. So close this. Okay, so after this, here what we have to do is we have to write else if txt search by dot selected index is equal to 1, because we have the text at 1st position in hotel customer. So we have to again write the query, and after this what we have to do is we have to, let me just copy the query. The query is a little bit different, not that much, just a little bit. So I'm going to explain you that. Okay, here you can see this, everything is same. You have to just copy the line from the upside. You don't have to write all these stuff. There is a little bit change in the last. Here you can see this, everything is same till here, and the small change is that where checkout is null. It means that, let me show you, let me actually start this project and show you. Login. Why I have checked that condition where checkout is null. Here you can see this, all customer detail. Here you can see this, this is a column for actually checkout. You can observe it. Okay, what going on over here is Kumar and Jay is still in the hotel. Here you can see this, when I click on the checkout, you can see Kumar and Jay is available to check out. It means that these customers are in hotel, and when these customers are in hotel, it means that checkout date will be unavailable. It means that this column is actually null. That's why I have checked for that where checkout is null. It means that when this one is null, it means that these customers are present in our hotel right now. They haven't checked out. I hope you understand. After this, what we have to do is we have to do the same stuff. So I'm going to copy this and paste it over here. Now just start this and you will find that this will work fine. I'm going to log in, click on this, all customer, and when I select in hotel customer, we will find 2, that is Kumar and Jay, because the checkout date is null. And after this, finally we have to search for this checkout customer. So let me code for that. For that we have to write else if txt search by dot selected index is equal to 2, and again we have to write the query. So I'm going to copy the query. It's a little bit different. Let me show you the difference. Just see, everything is same, and we have to actually add not over here. It means that whose checkout date is available. It means that they have already checked out. Okay, so this will work fine. And after this, what you have to mention is data set ds is equal to function dot get data. I have to pass the query, and finally guna 2 dot data source ds dot tables. And when you start this, login, and you can see this when I select all in hotel checked out customer. Here you can see this. Now we have only 4 records, and when I all, we have 6. 4 which have the checkout date I have said is not null. Checkout is not null. It means that checkout date, it means that this column is filled with some data, and when I select this, it means that all the records whose checkout date is filled is now visible. So here you can observe these dates are visible. So this is working perfectly fine. So we have one small issue. Actually, we can't say this one is issue, but this actually complicate our code. Here you can see this. We have these lines repeated times. Here you can see this. Here, here, and here. This line is same. So what to do actually to exclude these lines? So how to do that? For that, I'm going to write one method. Okay, so I'm going to write private void get record. I'm going to name this method, and I'm going to take one argument string query. You can name anything. I'm going to write this one query, and just cut this one from here and paste it like this. Okay, so you don't need to do anything. If you change the name over here, then you have to change the name over here too. Okay, so if I write query 1, so you also have to write query 1 over here, otherwise it will show an error. Okay, so now when we write this, now I'm free to delete this stuff from all these 3 places. And after this, what we have to do is we have to actually write get record, and we have to pass the query. In all the places. And this one is looking better than before. It means that whenever we select the index 0, this query will be passed to this get record method, this method, and this query is further passed to this get data method, and the data will be set to this data grid view. Now start this and let's check if this code works perfectly fine or not. So now I will start the code. Click on this. You can see this, everything is working fine. Okay, so that's it for this video, guys. In the next video, I'm going to show you how to code and design for this employee. And if you have not subscribed to my YouTube channel, then please subscribe and hit the bell icon. And if you are a new user, then let us know that by following us on Instagram and text us over there if you get stuck in anything. And thanks for watching. Hello everyone, welcome to my YouTube channel. In previous video, I have already shown you how to design this user control, that is customer details. So if you have not watched my previous video, then just go to description where I put the link for my previous video, or you can simply do one thing, just click on the suggestion on the right side of the screen. Okay. So in this video, I'm going to show you how to design this employee user control and all these tabs. Okay. So I'm going to design this one first, and after that this one, and finally this one. And in the next video I'm going to back and code for this. Okay, so let's start with the designing part. So we are working on the project which name is hotel management video. So I'm moving back over here. So the part till here is done in previous video. Let me show you the progress. by starting this project, logging, and here you can see this in customer details, everything is working. Okay, so when I click on employee, nothing happens. Okay, so now what we have to do is we have to design the employee table. Okay, so let me do that. Let me minimize this. First thing what we have to do is we have to actually add one user control. For that, just go to Solution Explorer, click on this, right click on add, new item, and after this you have to click on user control, and after this I'm going to change the name of this one to employee UC_employee. You can name whatever you want, but I'm going to name this, and click on add, and this will add a new user control. After this, what we have to do is we have to set the size for this user control. So let me set the size for that user control from the previous one. So click on this, let me maximize this, copy the size from here, move back over here, click on this, right click, go to properties, and you have to just paste it or manually write it 1342,583. First thing what I'm going to do is I'm going to change the background color for this one. So search for back color, and I'm going to change this one to something like red so that we can see the difference. After this, what we have to do is just go to toolbox and search for Luna 2 ellipse. Just drag and drop it over here, and after this what we have to do is just change this one to 30. Select this target modifier, just click on this, you see employee, copy this one, move back to dashboard. Okay, so let me open the dashboard, paste it, click on this, change this one and select dashboard. Okay, just save this. Now what we have to do is we have to actually add user control by dragging it to over here. So but here you can see UC_employee is not visible. So what we have to do is we have to just start and exit, and after that user control currently we have added will be now visible inside the toolbox. So I have started the project, and now I'm going to simply close this, and when I move back to toolbox, here you can see this, we have user control employee. What we have to do is we have to just drag and drop it over here and just put it on the right position so that we can see it fits on the position or not. Now here we have placed the user control. After this what we have to do is we have to actually link this one with this employee button. Okay, so when I double click on this, we move over here, and after this what we have to do is we have to just write UC_employee dot visible is equal to true. After this UC_employee dot bring to front. And one more thing what we have to do is when this form loads, I want to hide that. Okay, so where it is? Okay, here we have this dashboard load, and first thing what I want is UC_employee dot visible is equal to false. I need this. Start this and let's see what happens. Now when I click on employee button, now log in. Okay, so when I click on this, yeah, this is filled and it's perfectly working fine. After this what we have to do is we have to add the stuff over there on this employee table. Okay, so before adding the stuff inside this, first I want to change the back color to white. Okay, so right click and go to properties, go to back color, just click on this, select the white, save it and move back to the dashboard. First start so that the changes we made is perfectly applied to the user control. After this we have to delete this user control and we have to add this once again, and this will be in the white color this time. Here you can see this, and we have to put this one on the proper position, so I'm going to put this. Okay, so now this one is on the proper position and I'm going to save this, move back to the user control employee. After this what we have to do is we have to actually add one label first, so I'm going to copy this label for now and I'm going to paste it over here. And what we have to do is we have to change the text of this one to employee. If you are worried about what is the font size of this one, so I'm going to show you the font size and which font I'm using in this. So font I'm using is Century Gothic and it's regular and size is 20. So hit OK. And after this, what we have to do is we have to add one stuff that is nothing but tab. Okay. So search for tab control and you will find this one. You have to just drag and drop it over here. And after this, what we have to do is let me just copy the size of this tab from our complete project. So I'm going to open this new hotel. Just click on this and let me copy the size. You have to do the same. You have to just right click and go to properties, and there you have to find the size and you have to mention this manually 1027,430 and hit enter. So now this will be maximized and cover all the screen whatever we want, the size of this one. Okay, after this let me start this and let's see if this covers the entire screen or not. To start this, login. When I click on employee, you can see this one is not that much large, so I want to stretch this till over here. So on the basis of that I'm going to stretch this one. So just close this. Okay, finally what we have to do is we have to fill the empty space by stretching this one, and in the same way we have to do for the bottom side. Now again start this and let's see. You have to do the same in your system. If your display is large or much more resolution, then you can do that. Okay, so now this one fits properly. Okay, after this what we have to do is we have to change the name of this and we have to add one more tab because we need 3 tabs. Okay, so I have closed the application. Let me move back over here to the top and we have to add one more tab. So right click and click on add tab. Now third tab is added. After this, first tab name is what? So we have to change the text for this tab. So right click and go to properties, and in this we have to change the tab name. Okay, so search for, let me do that. Okay, so we have to click on this tab page and this small dots, click on this. Here you can see this tab page 1, just click on this, and after this what we have to do is we have to search for name. Here you can see this text, not this name. This is the design name, that is the backend name which we are going to use. So I'm not going to change that one for now. So first thing we have to change the text for this one. So what is the text for first is employee registration. Hit enter and now you can observe the text is now changed. If you want to change the font size, you can do that by click on the font, and I'm going to search for Century Gothic, this one, and I'm going to use the font 11 and hit OK. Hit OK and I will find that this one is, the font is changed for now. Okay, in the same way we have to do for the second one. So I want to change this one to employee details. Third one to change the text, and I want to change this one to delete employee. Hit enter and click on OK. Now the tags for this, the name for this has been changed, and after this I'm going to change the font size for this. Click on this and click on this one and select 11 and hit OK. So now the size is much bigger and looking better than before. I'm going to start this and let's see if this works or not. So click on employee and here you can see this one is looking better and the changes are now visible over here. So now we have to add this stuff over this. So now I'm going to open this, and by clicking on this we have to add the stuff over this one. So I'm going to minimize this And first thing what we have to do is we have to add few labels. So I'm going to add the label, drag and drop it. So here you can see this. The label is actually in the Century Gothic format. Why this is because while I have opened this collection, let me just find that. While I have opened this and I have changed the font for this tab 1, so that's why whatever I paste inside this label is by default in the Century Gothic font and the size is 11 by default. Okay, so I hope you understand. So I'm going to change this one to ID like this. After this we have to put one more label, so I'm going to copy this and paste it. And what I'm going to set is I'm going to set a dash 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 and hit enter, and I'm going to increase the font of this one to 18 and hit OK. And after this I'm going to change the color for this one to red. Okay, so I will explain this later why I'm doing this. Okay, this is for ID and this is going to be fetched from the database visible over here. So after this what we have to do is we have to add few more labels with the text boxes. So I'm going to do that. So I'm going to copy this and paste it over here like this, and we need actually 4 labels and 4 text boxes in this row. Okay, so that's why I'm going to copy this 4 times and I'm going to paste these 4 times. So 3, and finally we need one more, so 4. We will adjust these later. First I'm going to change the text of these labels. So I'm going to change this one to name, this one to mobile number, and this one to gender, and this one to email ID. Okay, so now these all stuff are ready. After this what we need is we need text boxes. So I'm going to drag the text boxes. I'm going to use this Guna 2 text boxes. So I'm going to place this, and we need 3 actually. Okay, so this one size is quite large as compared to this one. So I'm going to copy the size of this one. Okay, so now the size is decreased. After this I need one combo box for this one, for gender actually. I'm going to drag this, and finally we need one more text box. So copy paste. The size is quite increased, that's why I'm going to decrease this one. Oh sorry, select this, paste 236. Okay, so now next thing what we have to do is we have to stretch these text boxes a little bit. Okay, so I'm going to do that by pressing the serial key and selecting all these stuff, and I'm going to stretch this. Okay, so let me copy the size of these text boxes from our complete project. So click on this, copy the size 331 and 36, move back over here, go to size, click on this, paste and hit enter. So now you can see the text box is now large enough and it's looking better. So now I'm going to move these all text boxes a little bit on the right side, and after this what we have to do is we have to actually remove the border from the 3 sides. So how to do that? Just select all the text boxes, and after this we have to search for the style, and here we'll find this, it is default. So I'm going to change this one to material, and when I change that, here you can see there's the text box from 3 sides is removed. The border from the text box from the 3 side is removed. Now this one is looking better. After this what we have to do is we have to actually increase the font size of these all text boxes. So I'm going to select this and increase the font and fog color for these all. So I'm going to select the fog color first, click on custom and black. It means that whatever is written inside these text boxes are in black color. If you change this one to red, anything you write inside these text boxes will be in the red color. Okay, so after this what we have to do is we have to change the font. So select this, click on this and select 11 by selecting Century Gothic. I'm going to use this and click on OK, and now the size is also changed. After this what we need is we need few more text box and labels. So I'm going to copy this by selecting these two and paste it like this. I need 2, that's why I'm going to copy and paste this one 2 times. So first thing, we need username. Change this one to this label to username, and this one to password, and we need one button. So I'm going to drag one button. So I'm going to use the Guna 2 button. So I'm going to drag and drop it over here. And after this, we have to change few properties of this button. So first thing, I'm going to change this one to register. Change the text first, and after this what we have to do is we have to actually change the fill color. So I need this one of white color, and whatever written inside this one, that is the for color, I need this one needs to be black. And after this I need border, so I'm going to select that border radius. Okay, so border thickness first 1, and after this border style, change this one to dash, and we need border radius to 26, or you can increase this one if you want. I'm going to use 28 for now. No, it's 28. Okay, so this one is looking better. I can minimize this a little bit, decrease the size of this button. After this, okay, so we left a lot of space over here, so I'm going to drag these all stuff a little bit on the right side. Okay, and we have to move these all stuff also on a little bit of the light side. Okay, so now this is better. Okay, so after this what we have to do is we have to change one state, one property of this button. So that is nothing but, we select for that button mode, actually button mode, change this one to toggle button. Okay, after this what we have to do is we have to change the check the state for this one. So when I click on this, what I want is when I click on this, the color of this button needs to be changed, and the for color, that is the register written, also needs to be changed. So for that what I have to do is I have to change the for color, sorry, fill color. So I'm going to write the color code for this one, 0, 118, something like 2 to 6, I guess. Oh yeah, 0118, 2 to 6. And after this, what is the for color? For color is the text written inside that. I want to change that one to white when I click on that button. So you have to change this state. And after this, let me increase the font size because this register is written in very small size. So I'm going to change the font for now. Search for font, click on this, select 12 or 11 and bold. Okay, so now this one is looking better. Now start this, and now let me check that when I click on that button, the color changed or not. Click on this, and here you can see this. When I click on this, now the color changes. Okay, so this one is looking better. So here you can observe this one is looking, these all stuff are looking not that much nice because these are little closer to everyone, so each other. So I'm going to make a space between these all stuff. So I'm going to just make an space, and I'm going to increase the size of these text boxes too. Okay, so let me close this. Let me move back over here. Now I'm going to put some space. So I'm going to move this one a little bit upside or in the left side like this. This one too. After this, we have to put the mobile on the proper position. After this, we have to put this gender on the proper position and with this space. Okay, so this one is looking better. In the same way we have to do for the email. So now here you can observe everything is on the proper position. A little bit we have to move this one upside, and this too. With the help of keyboard you can do the same. First I'm going to do one stuff by selecting all the text boxes. I'm going to increase the size of these text boxes like this by pressing the serial key, and now these text boxes are stretched, and now I'm going to move these on the proper position like this. And I'm going to move this one too with a little bit of space, and after this I'm going to move this button a little bit on the downside. like this. Okay, after this I'm going to set the placeholder text for these all text boxes. So I'm going to, here you can see this, either you can set it from here or you can just right click and go to properties, and in properties you will find a placeholder text. Let me search for that. Here you can see this. Here you can write the same thing. I'm going to write enter full name, hit enter. In this one, placeholder text, I'm going to write enter contact number. In this one, I'm going to write enter email ID. In this one, I'm going to write enter username. And in this one, enter password. And you can observe that, let me start this and let me show you. When I log in and when I click on employee, everything is fine and it's looking better. So what you can see is when I write something inside this password, everything is in the plain character. But what I want is whatever I write inside this password text box, I want that needs to be in the star format. So how to do that? For that, just click on this and search for password char. Here you can see this. Right click and go to properties. In properties, you will find password char. You have to mention star and hit enter. Now, whatever you write inside this text box will be in the star format. Let me just log in. And here you can see this. I'm going to write anything. Everything is in the star format. And when I try to copy this, you cannot copy text from a password field or you cannot cut this text. Okay, so it means that this one is secure for now. So now everything for this employee registration is done and our registrate button is also working. One thing is remaining, that we haven't set the text for this gender. So I'm going to copy the text for this gender from our complete project. Okay, so let me close this. By default this is available, so click on this, and you have to select the items and we have to add the item inside this. So I'm moving back to our complete project and click on this. I'm going to copy this from here, so male, female and other. So cancel, move back over here, and I'm going to paste this. You can manually write this male, female and other. You can write other stuff too if you want. So now start this and you will find that in the gender we have these all available. Okay, so let me log in, click on employee, and you can see this. When I click on this, the options are available and we can select. Okay, so now I'm going to design for this employee details. Here you can see this one is completed and I'm going to design for this employee details. So let me close this, move back to the employee details. So designing part of this tab is done. So in employee details, I've clicked on employee details and here you can see this. Now new page is opened. So first thing what we have to do is we have to add one label. So I'm going to copy the label from here, from this one actually. I'm going to copy this, move back over here, click on this, paste it. Okay, so I'm going to paste it by selecting this one. I'm going to paste this, click on this and change the text. So this is not customer detail, this is employee detail. So I'm going to change the customer to employee. Hit enter. So now this one is right and we have to place this on the center of this. And after this we need to just place one data grid view. So I'm going to drag one data grid view. I'm going to use this Guna to data grid view. So drag and drop it and paste it like this, place it like this, and I'm going to maximize this to the entire screen. And in the same way we have to do in the below side like this. Okay, after this we have to change one property of this data grid view. What that is, we have to change the border style. Just select this border style and fix 3D, And now start this and let's see if this one looks like nice or not. Login, move back to employee, click on this, and here you can see this one is in the better position and everything is looking nice. This one is a little bit on the right side, so I'm going to move this one a little bit left. And finally, the designing of this one is also done. We have to design for the delete employee. We're remaining with that. Let me move this one a little bit on the left side. Okay, so now this one is done. And finally, we have to design for the delete employee. So click on this delete employee and new tab will be open. Just click on this. And after this, what we have to do is we have to add one label and one text box and one detail grid view with one button. So I'm going to add one label. So drag and drop it. Change the label to ID. After this, I need one text box. So I'm going to use this Guna to text box. Just drag and drop it over here. I'm going to maximize this like this. First thing, I'm going to change the font of this one. Select the font, click on this, change this one to 11 and hit OK. Change the font color. So change this one to black. And after this, what I'm going to change is I'm going to change the style. Select the style, change this one to material. And finally, this one is looking better. And I'm going to set the placeholder text for this one. So search for placeholder text in the properties. So I'm going to search that. I'm going to write enter ID. Okay, so this one is looking better. And after this, I'm going to move back over here. And I'm going to copy this button and move back to this delete employee and paste it over here. And change the text of this one to delete. I'm going to change this one to and I'm going to change the check the state or hover state over this. So let me search for that. I'm going to change the hover state for now. When I hover, I want to change this one to fill color to red and text needs to be black. Okay, so that will be fine. Okay, so let me start this and let's see if that works or not. So when you copy a button which is already, you have changed a few properties of that button, then the copied button also come up with that same property. Here you can see this registered button. I have already shown you that I have changed the property. When I click on this, the background color needs to be changed like this one. And here you can observe that I have also copied that button, and when I click on this, the color is changed. And when I hover over it, the color is changed red. Okay, this is better. And we have to add one more small stuff, that is nothing but I want to add one data grid view inside this. So I'm going to use that data grid view. I'm going to use the Guna 2 data grid view, drag and drop it over here. And after this, what we have to do is we have to just maximize this like this till the end of this tab. And then below 2, right click, go to properties, and we have to change one properties, that is nothing but border style. Change this one to fixed 3D and this will look better. Now start this and let's see if these all stuff look better or not. Let me log in. Click on employee. This one is fine. This one. Okay, so we have left this one on the left side and this one is on the proper position. Whatever we write inside this is in the black color. Okay, so this one is looking better. Okay, so we have left this one on the left side. Okay, so select this and stretch this like this. Okay, now start this. Let me log in. Click on employee. And here you can see this, everything is on the place and working fine and looking better. So that's it for this video, guys. In the next video, I'm going to show you how to backend code for these all tabs. And if you really enjoy coding with me, please subscribe and share it with your friends. And please follow us on Instagram so that you can directly contact us and we resolve your all problems over there. Thanks for watching. Hello everyone, welcome to my YouTube channel. In previous video, I have already shown you how to design this employee user control. So if you have not watched my previous video, then just go to description where I put the link for my previous video, or you can simply do one thing, just click on the suggestion on the right side of the screen. So in this video, I'm going to show you how to backend code for this user control, that is employee, how to backend code for this employee registration, employee details, and delete employee. And I'm also going to show you how to connect login page with the database. In the first video, I've already told you that I'm not connecting the login page with the database for now because we haven't created the table till there. Okay, so let's start with that. Let me close this. And in this, we are working hotel management video. So first thing what we have to do is we have to actually create a database table. Okay, so I'm going to open the Microsoft SQL Server Management Studio, and here what I have done is I have just selected my database name, that is my hotel. If you are following me, then you know that this is the table which I have created, and what query you have to execute is create table employee. This is showing underlined with the red color because I have already created table. With the same name you cannot create two tables. If I change alphabetically, like I make this one capital E, then this will be okay, this will still, so this is not case sensitive. Okay, so you have to write this one, create table employee EID and integer 1 comma 1, and it's a primary key. It means that 1 comma 1 identity, it means that it will be auto incremented, and EID is a primary key for this table. Ename, that is the employee name, of varchar type not null, mobile big int not null. While you mention big int, you don't have to specify how many characters you want. Okay, so gender varchar 50 not null, email ID varchar 120 not null, username varchar 150 not null, pass varchar 150 not null. Okay, so I hope you have executed this query, and finally our table is now ready. Okay, so move back to our project on which we are working. We are working in hotel management video. Here we are. So first thing what I want is I want to fill this ID with the data. Okay, so what I want is the next ID which is going to be assigned to this registration will be visible over here. So first thing what we have to do is we have to actually change the design name of all these stuff. So first I'm going to change the label name. So let me change the design name for this one. So I'm going to set the name for this label to set and hit enter. Okay, so after this I'm going to change the name of this one. So txt name, this one to txt mobile, this one to txt gender, this one to txt email, this one to txt username, this one to txt password, and finally change this design name of this button as well. So click on this and btn register. Hit enter. So now every design name is now changed. So first thing what I want is when this form load, I want to set the max ID. So let me move back to this one, and here you can see this. Now the previously registered user ID is 4. So next ID will be what? 5. So what I want is I want to fetch this ID and add 1 into that, and after that ID, it means that next ID needs to be 5, and that needs to be visible inside this one, this label. Okay, so how to do that and when to do that? Actually, when this user control loads, then this ID also needs to be loaded. So let me just double click on this empty space, and this will generate a load event, and on that I'm going to code. Just double click on this. You see employee load event is now generated. Here first thing I want is I want to fire a query to select the max EID. So I'm going to fire a query is equal to select, and we have a method max which is used in MySQL to get the max of any column. So we have to mention the column in the bracket. So my column name is EID. Let me show you. My column name is EID over here. You can see this EID is the primary key and it's integer type. So I have written EID in the bracket. EID from which table? From employee. Okay. So don't forget to subscribe actually. Let me remove this. First thing what we have to do is we have to make a object of the function class. So function fn is equal to new function, and we have to take a variable of query string type. So I have taken that. So we have to mention query over here. So I have written that. Now our error has been resolved. After this, what I want is I want to actually fire the method. And which method we want? We want get data method, and that is going to return our data set object. So that's why I created this one, function dot get data, and we have to pass the query because it's expecting one argument of string type. So I have passed that. After this, now we have the value inside this one. So what value we have inside this one? So the value is nothing but 4. Here what the query we have fired is select max EID from employee. It means that the max is what? 4. So this one is going to return 4. So let me just show you that I have added a breakpoint over here, and let me just start this and let's see what happens when this reaches this breakpoint. Okay, so I have started this project. So when I log in, that form get load. We move directly to that breakpoint, not to the dashboard. Okay, so when I click on this, here we are. We are on the breakpoint. Okay, so let me check what this DS actually contains. So move back over here, just click on this, and as you can see, we have 4. So it means that the query is working fine and everything is right. If you are worried about that, how I'm using this get data method, so if you are new, then you have to follow the video from the first, because in the first video, or I guess in the second video, I have explained how to design this method. Actually, I've created a class, function class, and in this I have designed all these methods. I've written all these code, and I've explained how these all work. Okay, so let me close this for now. Okay, so after this, now we have this star. So now what we have to do is we have to actually increase that value by 1, whatever we have inside this data set. So how to do that? First thing, I will check that if this data set is not null. So I'm going to write this if ds dot tables inside the 0 dot rows 0 0, that is 0 through 0th column, and convert that to string is not equal to what? Null. And what we have to do is we have to extract that value to a variable. So I'm going to take int64 width, and I'm going to name this one num. I'm going to take a variable, so I have taken that. And after this, what we have to do is we have to extract that value ds, whatever this data set contains. I have shown you that contains 4 for now. So I want to extract that value and store it inside this variable so that I can increment it by 1. Okay, so let me just, whatever we extract from that is in the string format, so we have to convert that into the integer format. So for that we are going to use the parse method. So int64 dot parse, and inside this we have to write the code to extract the value from that data set. ds dot tables, remove this mouse pointer from here, 0 dot rows 0 0 dot to string. When you write this will convert the value in the num integer type. Okay, now we have the value inside this one. So finally what we have to do is we have to set that value to the label. Which label we have to set? We have to set into this label. The name of this label is label to set. Okay, so we have to mention that label to set dot text is equal to, and first thing what we have to do is we have to increment the value by 1. So variable is num plus 1 And after this, what we have to do is we have to convert this one to string. So as you all know that according to the Bodmer's rule, first the bracket is resolved. So first this bracket will be resolved. If you extract this bracket, simply num plus 1 will be pasted over there. So what will happen? The num contains 4, and after that it will increment by 1, and that will be 5, and after that that 5 will be converted into the string, and that will be set into the label. So let's start this and let's see if that works or not. Let's start this. I have not added any breakpoints, so our project is not going to stop anywhere. So log in, click on employee, and here you can see we have 5 over here. So now everything is working fine. Next step, what I want is, okay, so before moving to the next step, I'm going to do one stuff. I'm going to write this one inside a method. So that doesn't make any difference for us. So I'm going to write a method public void get max ID, and I'm going to write this inside this room. Simply do one thing, just cut this and paste it over here. So why I have did this, let me just, okay, sorry. So I'm going to just comment like this, and I'm going to name this so that to keep different like this. Okay, and what I'm going to do is I'm going to actually call this method, and I've written this because whenever I need this max ID, I can simply call this method. Okay, so get max ID, and I'm going to call this, and when I execute this will work fine. Now log in and employee. Here you can see this is working fine. Okay, so after this what we have to do is we have to code for this register button. So what we have to do is we have to generate a click event for this button. So right click and go to properties. Again, either you can do this way or just double click on this and this will generate a click event. Okay, just double click on this and this will generate a register button click event. So I'm going to cut this and move over this one here. Okay, so that we keep the code organized. After this, first thing what we have to do is we have to check that none of these text boxes left empty while we try to register the user. It means that all the fields are mandatory, so we have to fill all the fields. Okay, so for that what we have to do is we have to check that if txt name dot text is not equal to what, null, like this. Let me just maximize this full screen. Okay, I hope the code is visible. And second thing what we have to do is we have to check in the same way for the rest of the code. Text boxes txt mobile dot text is not equal to null, and txt general text is not equal to null, and txt email dot text is not equal to null, and txt username dot text not equal to null. 1 2 3 4 5, and finally we need one more. So txt password dot text is not equal to null, and inside this we have to write the code. And what happens if the text box is empty? So we have to show something to the user. So we have to write that code in the else condition. In else condition I'm going to write message box dot show, and inside this I'm going to write fill all fields, and I'm going to name this message box warning, and this message box needs to have some buttons dot OK, and message box icon needs to be something warning. Okay, So let's check if this works or not. Okay, so let me start this. Login. Click on employee. Here you can see this, all the text fields are empty. When I try to click on this, field all fails. If I enter, still it shows this. Okay, so I'm going to do same for everyone. Here you can see this. So I have to select one and register. Here you can see this. When I fill all fields, now it doesn't do anything. No pop-up is there. Why this is? Because in the if condition we haven't written any single line of code. That's why we are going inside the if condition now, and because of lack of code nothing happens. So let me close this, and here what I want is, I want to actually, first thing what we have to do is we have to extract the values from all the text boxes. So string, and first is name, so I'm going to extract that. It's equal to txt name dot text, and after this we have, let me check what we have mobile number, so that's in the big N format. So for that we have to convert that into the integer type. So n64, and we have to take a variable name, so mobile txt, this will not work, n64 dot parse, and inside this we have to mention txt mobile dot text like this. And after this we have gender, string gender is equal to txt gender dot text, and after this we have email, email is equal to txt email dot text, and after this we have username is equal to txt username dot text, and after this we have pass, that is password, txt password dot text. Now we have all the values from the text boxes into these variables. So after this what we have to do is we have to actually write the query. So I'm going to write the query. So we have already taken a variable of string type, and that name is query. So in this variable I'm going to write the query. So what query we have to write is insert into table name. My table name is employee. Here you can see this, employee. Okay, so my table name is employee. If your table name is different, then you have to mention that over there. After this we have to mention the column's name over here. So let me copy the column name from here. So first thing, follow the same order. First we have ename, so we have to ename, mobile, then gender, then email ID, then email ID, username, pass. Make sure you check the spelling of each of these 2 or 3 times, because most of the time many people get stuck over here. So I always used to stuck at some point over here. So you have to check this. So I have copied that and I have pasted over here. Ename, mobile, gender, email ID, username, and pass. Just pause the video and write it. Okay. So after this, what we have to do is we have to write values, and again in the bracket we have to mention that like this. Okay. So first thing we have names. That's a string type. So to mention a string type, we have to write like this. First single quote, then double quote, then 2 plus sign, then double quote, then single quote. And within this we have to mention the variable name, so that is name. And after this we have to mention the mobile, that's the integer type. So comma, just double quote, 2 plus sign, and just double. Do not use a single while you are entering or inserting the data into the database. That's in the integer format. Okay. So mobile. After this we have, again all the stuff is in string format. So single, double, single, and with this 2 plus sign. So we have to mention gender. After this we have email. So single, double, plus, single, and we have to mention email. After this, let me just move a little bit right side. Okay. So after email we have username. So single, double, plus, double, single, username, single, double, plus, double, single, and we have pass. So now the task is done over here, so let me delete this space for now. Okay, so now our query is ready. After this, what we have to do is we have to just fire this query. So what query we have to fire is nothing but function dot set data, because we have to insert this data into the database, so we have to fire this one. Okay, and it's expecting two stuff, that is two string type arguments. First is query and second is a message, whatever you want to show to the user. So I'm going to write the query. First thing I'm going to pass the query, and second I have to write the message inside this one. So I'm going to modify employee registered registered. Okay, that's it. After this, let me start this and let's see if this works or not. So we started this, login, and move back to employee, and I'm going to mention something Gaurav Kumar and something mobile number 555333, like this. Okay, I'm going to select this one, mail, email ID gaurav@gmail.com, username something Gaurav, and password is also Gaurav. Now register, employee registered. Here you can see this. Okay, so what I want is when I click on OK, all the data from these text boxes needs to be cleared. Okay, so that will be look much more nice than now. Okay, so how to do that? For that, we just choose this. First thing what we have to do is we are going to create one method for that. So I'm going to write public void clear all. I'm going to name this method clear all, and inside this I'm going to write txt name dot clear. After name we have txt mobile dot clear, and after this we have gender, so selected index is equal to -1. When you write this, the text gets disappeared. So after gender, I guess I have email dot clear, and after this we have what? After email we have something called username dot clear, txt password dot clear. Okay, that's it. So this one is nice. Okay, so our method is ready, and what we have to do is whenever the user try to actually register, after the registration the data needs to be clear, so I have to just call this method over here. So here you can this, and now save this, and let's check if that data is inserted with the database or not. Let me just execute this. Like to start from employee. Here you can see this 6 Gaurav Kumar, number is over here, mail gaurav@gmail.com, Gaurav, and Gaurav password is this. Okay, so now our insertion registration is working fine. So now what we have to do is we have to check this method, that clear all method is working fine or not. So start this, and I'm going to register anyone. Now log in, and here you can see this. Now we have 7 over here, so I'm going to write Kumar and mobile number something like this. Change this one to mail kumar@gmail.com, and Kumar, and now register, employee register, and click on OK, and here you can see this, everything is clear now. This one is looking much better. Okay, so but one small stuff is remaining, that here you can see this 7 is still 7, not 8. So how to do that, how to change this stuff? So this is in the real time. I haven't expected this one before. Okay, so but this one is visible. So what we have to do is we have to call this get id method over there. Okay, so first clear this and get max id. Here you can see this. When I call this method, the ID get updated by itself. So start this and let's check that again if that works or not. So employee, I'm going to write ABC, mobile number, something like this, gender, other, email ID abc@gmail.com, ABC, ABC. Now register, click OK. Here you can see this. Now the ID is changed. This one is looking much better. So the coding part of this employee registration is done over here, and register button is working fine. Now what we have to do is we have to just code for this employee details. So what I want is when I open this employee detail, I want to see all the data of all the employees over inside this data grid view. So where we have to actually code. So we have to code on this tab change. Here you can see this. When I click on this, the data needs to be visible over here. Okay. So what we have to do is we have to code on this one. So just close this. And what we have to do is we have to just tab employee select index change. So we have to code on this one. Just select this. Let me just exit the full screen. Click on this. Click on this one. Selected index change. Just double click on this and this will generate a quick event for that. And after this, what we have to do is we have to actually, okay, so our name is tab employee for now. So let me change the name first. Just click on this and I'm going to remove this event which I have generated. So just, and first thing what I have to do is I have to just change the name of this one. So tab control 1. I'm going to change the name to tab employee. This look much better. Just double click on this and this will generate a tab employee select index change. So first thing what I want is I want to write a code. Whenever we click on this tab, I want to fill the data inside this data grid view. Okay, so how to do that? For that, why I'm coding on this tab change? Suppose when I can do this when this form load, but that will be not nice, because suppose this form load for the only one time when you log in, and after that the user registered a new user inside this one and click on this employee detail, then that data new registered user is not visible over here. For that you have to just close the application and restart that, and after that the data will be visible over here. So that's why we have to code on this select tab change. Just move back over here, and what code we have to write is we have to write if tab employee dot selected index is equal to 1, then we have to write the code. So what is this? Tab selected index is equal to 1. So this is tab 0, this is 1, and this is 2. So that's why we have to code on the 1. Here you can see this. So we have to write the query is equal to, and what we have to do is we have to select all the data of the user. So select star from table name, that is employee, and what we have to do is we have to call the method data set. Yes, first create the data set variable, so is equal to, and then function dot get data, and we have to call the method. We have to actually pass a query, so query, and finally what we have to do is we have to show that data in the data grid view. So the data grid view name is Guna 2 data grid view 1. Okay, so I guess 1 is the name, so click on this, move back to the top, and Guna data grid view 1 is the name. Okay, so we have to code for the 1. So 1 dot data source is equal to ds dot tables, and then this 0. We have to write this. Okay, so now start this and let's see when you click on that tab all the data is visible or not. Just log in, click on employee, click on this, and here you can see this. Yeah, everything is visible. Whatever user we have inserted, ABC, Kumar, God of Kumar, everything is visible over here. This one is working better and working fine. Okay, The next thing what I want is when I click on this delete employee, also the data, same data needs to be filled over here. So what we have to do is we have to write the queries in the same way. And second thing what I want is we have to delete the data whatever the ID is over here. So first thing what we have to do is we have to select all the data, and after the deletion operation needs to be performed. So first thing we have to fill the data. So else if tab employee dot selected index is equal to 2, and here you can see this is the tab 2 because 0, 1 and 2, and the 2 I want that this data needs to be filled with the same data so that I can uniquely identify which ID I want to delete over here. Just click on this and we have to just copy this line of code and paste it over here. This will work fine, but here you can see this there is a duplicate code. Okay, so we are going to remove that duplicate code so that this one look better. So employee, click on delete. Okay, this one is not working. Okay, sorry. So we haven't changed the data grid view name. We have just copied all the stuff. So what we have to do is we have to change the data grid view name. So the data grid view name is 2. Let me just move back over here, click on this, and here you can see this, the data grid view name is 2. So now start this, and this time this code will work fine. Just log in, code imply, click on this, and here you can see this, now we have the data. The next thing what I want is when I enter 4 and click on this delete button, the data needs to be deleted. Before that, what I want is to remove the duplicate code. Okay. So here what we have to do is we have to remove the duplicate code. So first thing I'm going to cut this stuff and paste this before this line. Okay. After this, what I'm going to do is I'm going to write one method for this one. So I'm going to do one stuff, that is I'm going to cut this. I'm going to write one method, public, and this one is going to return something. No, void get employee record. Or let me change this one to set employee, and this is going to accept one argument, that is of data grid view type. So data grid view DGV. I'm going to name this one DGV. Okay, so let me remove this and I'm going to name this one DGV. Okay. So what is this? When you call this method is going to expect one argument type, that is of data grid view. So we have to pass the data grid view name, which data grid view you want to set. So I'm going to call this method set employee over here. Here you can see this, I have cut the code, set employee, and this is going to expect a data grid view. Okay, so inside this, our data grid view name and the tab 1. So this one is tab 1. Inside this is the data grid view. So our name is data grid view 1. So I'm going to mention data grid view 1, this one, and save this, and this will work fine. Now start this, and when I click on tab 1, so if the data is visible, then this code is working fine. So employee, and this one is tab 1, so click on this, yeah, this one is working fine. So in the same way we have to do for the second one. So what we have to do is we have to just remove this, delete this, set employee, and I have to pass Puna data grid view 2 inside this one, and this will work fine. So here you can see this, we have removed at least 4 lines of codes from this one by writing simple one method. Okay, this one is good. I hope you understand. If you don't understand, then just contact me on Instagram. My username for Instagram is btechdays. You can contact me there. I can simply going to reply you for all the text, whatever you do. Okay, so one small stuff is remaining. So let me show you what actually remains. Okay, so I'm logging in. Here you can see this, everything is working fine. So the stuff is remaining is that we have to code for this delete buttons and move back to our design part. Just click on this, and after this what we have to do is we have to actually change the design name of this text box. So I'm going to change this one to txt enter txt id actually, and change this button name to btn delete. Okay, so just double click on this and this will generate a click event. Just double click on this and btn delete click event. Let me cut this and move up to this line. So if that will be there, then it will work fine. You don't need to just cut and paste it over here. So I did this because so that required method needs to be different. Whatever method I tried needs to be below this green line. Okay. After this, what we have to do is we have to write the query. So I'm going to write the query delete from employee, that is the table name, where EID, that is the primary key EID, that is the column name. So I have mentioned that EID, and from where we are going to fetch that EID from the text box. Okay, so double quotes, and inside this txt id dot text we need the text. So now we have that, and what we have to do is our query is ready. After this, what we have to do is we have to fire that query. So fn dot set data, and inside this we have to mention the two stuff, that is two argument, that is first is this query, so I have written that, and second is message. Okay, so what message I want to write is record deleted or employee unregistered. You can write anything, so I'm going to write record deleted like this. And after this, what I want to do is I want to actually tab employee selected index this dot null. Okay, so what we have to do is we have to just do this tab employee underscore selected index, and we have to write this dot null. This will actually work like a reload to this one. And now before executing this query, I want a user confirmation that are you sure you want to delete this. Okay, so for that what we have to do is, and we have to check one more stuff, that suppose if none of the ID is inside the text box. Okay, so suppose user haven't enter anything inside this one and press the delete button, that this will generate an exception and that will crash our application. So we have to prevent that. So if txt id dot text is not equal to null, and inside this we have to mention, we have to check one more stuff, that is what we have to check is actually we have to check for the confirmation. Okay, so if message box dot show are you sure, and this message box name needs to be confirmation, and this message box needs to have some button, OK and cancel, or you can write yes or no. Yes, no, this one is better. Okay, and message box icon needs to be have some like warning. Okay, and after this we have to check that if user click on yes. So dialog result dot yes. Now let me start this and let's see if this message pops up or not. Start this, and now login, click on employee, click on this, and here you can see this, when I click on this empty text box nothing happens because we haven't coded in the else condition to show any message box. So if I write 5, just click on delete and it's asking for confirmation. Suppose the ID is 4, 6, 7, 8, and we don't have the 5 here. Over here, you can see this. We don't have 5. And click on delete and click on yes. Record deleted. Okay, so this one is working in some another way. Okay. So here you can see this. Now this one is working fine. And next thing what I want to do is, here you can see this, we have 8 over here. So what I want is, when I delete number 8, we want to actually show that over there. Okay. Okay, this one is working fine. After this, what I want is, suppose I have written text inside this, and here you can see this, I have selected this, all the stuff, and when I move back to customer details, and when I move back over here, every data is visible. So I don't want that. What I want is, when I move back to the another user control, I want to remove all these text fields. I want to clear all these text fields, all the data from these. So how to do that? For that, we have to code on one stuff. That is nothing but just click on this, click on this, click on this, and we have to just right click on the user control, go to properties, click on events, and click on leave. Whenever we leave this user control, I want to clear all the text fields. Just click on this. I'm going to cut this and paste it below this green line, and we have to call the method that is nothing but clear all. And when you start this, you will find this will work fine. Log in, employee, write something inside this, yeah, like this, and leave this, and when you move back over here, yeah, everything is clear, and this one is working fine. Okay, so that's looking nice, and everything is working fine. After this, what we have to do is, we have still remaining one small stuff, that is nothing but we have to connect our login page with the database. Okay, so let me move back to the login page. So where is our login page? Okay, so I'm going to open the login page. So my login page is form 1. Just double click on this and we are over here. So first thing what I have to do is I have to remove this hard-coded text from here. So I'm going to delete this. And the same way I'm going to delete this one too, if you have done this. Okay, after this we have to just move back to the click event for this button. So just double click on this and we are here. So first thing what we have to do is we have to extract that value, username and password from the database. As I have already shown you, inside this employee table we have two columns, that is username and password. We need these two data from the database. Okay, not everything. Okay. So I'm going to fetch only these two columns from this table. Okay, so for that I'm going to write a query. So move back over here. So I'm going to clear this few stuff. So before that I'm going to write the method, and before writing query I have to create a object of the function class. So function fn is equal to new function, and I'm going to write take a variable. So query, you can name anything over here. So I'm going to write query. So query, and I'm going to write one query over here. So which query I wanted, select, and which two columns I need is username and password. So let me copy the column name over here. So these two columns I need, column name, username and password. So move back over here, just paste it, username and pass, from which table. So our table name is employee, where username is equal to, and this will be in this string format. So that's why, okay, so let me make a space, single and double quotes. Let me zoom in a little bit, and here txt username dot text. So this is a, let me open this text field name is username, so txt username, and this one is txt password. Here you can see this. Okay, so we have to mention txt username, and we have to check for another thing, and pass column is equal to double quotes plus double and single txt password, like this. Okay, so now our query is ready. Whenever this query fires, if that data matches, it means that username and password matches, then only it will return username and password. Okay, so hit enter, and after this we have to just call this data set ts is equal to function dot get data. I have to pass the query, and this is going to return the data. So when this query is going to return the data, only when this username and password matches. Whatever we write inside the username and password, and we have mentioned and over here, you can see this. Suppose user enters Saurabh over here or ABC, and here it enters BCA, then that doesn't fit or that doesn't match in the database. So this data set will be empty. Simply means that if this data set is empty, then username or password is wrong. Okay. So what we have to do is we have to actually do that. Okay, so let me first, what we have to do is now we have to check only for this if ds is empty or not. So if this ds is not empty, then we want to move to the dashboard. So here we have to check ds dot tables 0 dot rows dot count is not equal to 0. It means that if this row inside that ts is not equal to 0, it means that it has some value, and it can only have some value when user enter valid username or password. Okay, so this one is showing error because we have used two variable with the name ds over here and ds over, so I'm going to change this one to dash change this one to dash 2. Okay, after this what I want to do is I want to make this I'm going to leave this one over here like this, and this one is fine, and this one is perfectly fine. Okay, so everything is fine now. Yeah, everything is fine. Here you can see this. Now I'm going to start this. Let me show you in the database. So we have, okay, so let me move back to the database for now and just start this. And here you can see this. We have ABC. We can log in with ABC. We can log in with Kumar, Gaurav, and Saurabh. If I mention ABC and for the password I use Kumar, then this will not fit. Let me try that. I'm going to use username ABC and I'm going to use password Kumar. And when I try to log in, wrong username and password. Okay, so when I write ABC, this with the help of this, here you can see this, we have ABC and ABC is a valid username and password. We can log in with that. So click on this. Okay, so something went wrong. ABC. DC. Okay, something wrong. Okay, ABC and ABC. Yeah, that's right. Okay, let me check what error I have did. Not equal to 0, then this one should be this dot hide and dash dot show. Yeah, everything is fine. Username, pass, form, employee. Let me check that. Okay. Okay, let me check and pass. Everything is fine. Data set. I'm going to pass the query. Let me start this and try once again. Okay. The error is because here you can see this txt username.text. When you write this, the text from that will be fetched. Here you can see this txt password. This is fetching Guna2 like this. This one will be send. Okay, so what we have to do is we have missed actually text over here. So now I have written this. And now let me start this and let's try once again. I'm going to mention ABC and Kumar first for first and try to log in. Wrong username or password, and I'm trying to ABC and ABC. Click on login, and here we are to the dashboard. Okay, so now everything is working fine. I hope you enjoyed coding with me. So please subscribe and hit the bell icon before you start coding another program. Okay, so that's it for this video, guys. Our project is complete. So just stay tuned with our next project. I will be right back soon. So thanks for watching, and please subscribe and hit the bell icon. Please share.